odd one.
Listen, I've watched this show. I can't be more handicapped because I'm retarded for watching this show.
Oh, it's loyal, and then
Maybe.
and then this happens.
No, it's
What? Did you get a wig from the reject shop, you fucking idiot? Like that would have cost you $2, you fucking what? What is it for fuck's sake? Just get a fucking proper head on the and some ears, like proper ears, like a twitchy fucking ears, and some kind of like droopy eyebrows. Like it's not that hard. Like you've got the actor, just get it right, you fucking Jesus.
Rand's road of trials on his hero's journey was dealing with a drugged-up best friend and a mid-looking black chick trying to sleep with him and then stealing his stuff and trying to stab him when he refused.
Yeah.
That's not epic fantasy. That's like a Tuesday night out in Atlanta. Like, how is this like an epic fantasy story? This is ridiculous.
Rand lifts up Egwene again, carrying her across the room as they kiss. He lays her down on the sheepskin rug in front of the dwindling fire, puts his body on top of hers. He pulls back from their kiss, and their faces are just inches apart now, the fire casting soft light on them. You know, my dad said I used to pick you baskets of berries to bring you when I was a kid, like some lovesick puppy. Sounds sweet to me. Rand pulls a small raspberry from his pocket with a roguish smile. He runs it down her nose and drops it sensually between her lips.
No, in Edmund's Field, women like absolutely dominated the entire social strata of like relationships and domestic life. By making it like this weird hookup culture, they actually made the women less powerful than they were in the book.
Flicker, 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 flicker. I have won again, Luz Theron.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
We are here today to discuss the Women's Circle commentary coming out of JordanCon, and I just have to say it is quite amazing. We have Prophet of the Dragon will be joining us at some point. He is currently dealing with some technical issues, but wanted to get started. So real quick, want to say hi to some folks in the chat. Eldridge Disco commented way back when we first started this, so hopefully he's here. Gadfly Fiction, as always, one of the best Whitecloaks, and he's 100% right about male feminists. Jaden Hamilton, good to see you, man. Avenus, glad to have you as well. Dempsey, I'm sorry, it's Jaden Hamilton again. Dempsey, you walked in on one of Dane's ASMR readings, and it's well worth it. Bill Morden, good to see you, man. Always good to have you around. Jonathan R., sorry to hear you're stuck at work. Hopefully it's going good, and appreciate you stopping by. And John Thomas, yes, Lady Balefire and her kidnapper.
Hey, do you guys like our new house? Isn't it awesome?
Yes, we are trying out different backgrounds at the moment. But so I guess we're gonna give people a second to straddle in and hope Steve's issues get cleaned up here soon. There he is.
Yay, Steve!
Man of the hour, Prophet of the Dragon himself.
Man, my camera doesn't like me. My bad. What's up?
Not much. Good to see you. I just want to ask, are you ready for this?
No. No, I woke up for this too, so you know.
Oh man,
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I am so sorry. I am.
You got to ward your dreams from this
so
one.
sorry. This is.
It's all right. I'll be able to, I'll expend some energy, and you know, then I'll be able to go back to Dreamsville, and it'll be okay because I got 4 days off coming at me, so it'll be okay.
There you go, man. Congrats.
Awesome.
Yeah, I need it.
So, I guess unless you have anything else, I believe we're gonna get started here today.
Oh boy. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm ready. Whenever shoot. I think I'm ready. Hold on. Let me share this. I don't think I shared it out. I'm running so far behind here. All right, here you go.
Oh my god.
What I don't even know what should I be prepared for here?
Just pure
insanity,
pure unadulterated cringe.
Yeah, it's crazy. People simping for Graendal. People
Graendal,
who
wait.
no. It's like if they didn't have double standards, they'd have no standards. So we have people on the one hand saying, "Oh, you know what? There's things that like random minutes sometimes that wasn't really consensual because he said no," and then they're simping for Graendal. Like just.
What they're saying, Rand got graped? Is that what is happening? Okay, all right. I wish I drank. If I drank, I would have already started. It looks like.
Alrighty. Well, I'm just going to say, Steve, as you can see from the panel assembled here.
Oh my god! I'm not going to judge by its. I'm not going to judge. I'm not going to judge.
Hey, don't.
I'm just like with that like Tantico hat. How are you not wearing the veil too?
I thought it looked like a traffic cone, but
well, why wasn't she in the costume contest? She could have won.
Oh
right?
god, that was so scary.
Was it the costume contest? I don't even remember.
Yes,
I don't even remember. I don't remember what we've watched, what we haven't. I know we got a half hour of that other thing to still go over. WOT Con is rapidly approaching. I don't know that my wee brain can take it.
Yep. But the only thing that I'm going to say is I think they're going to be so lazy that it's just going to be a lot of recycled content.
Mm-hmm.
So
they're bringing Uno back. So
that's the only silver lining.
Wait, are they really?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So
they couldn't get anybody. They had to get Guy Roberts again.
Yep.
Poor guy. Poor guy.
Well, everybody else lives in Europe, so they're like, "You want to come to the States to do this?" And they said, "Fuck no."
They're like, "Can we let's ask all the cast is dead. Let's see if anybody will show up." Oh, it's just Guy Roberts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you ready, Steve?
Yes.
No,
do it.
not ready. But let's do it. Might as well. All right, here we go.
Can you guys hear it?
No. Good night, everybody. Can't hear it. Nope, still can't hear it.
Still can't hear it.
I can't, but that might be a me thing. Chat, can you guys hear it? Hi, chat, by the way. I'm sorry I'm late. I like the new logo. Where did that come from?
What did it say? Also share on. Oh, wait, go back. Oh.
Have you guys been rocking that new logo for a while?
Lady B made it for me.
Yeah, I've been trying to like do stuff for make the channel look a little spiffier, and we finally made like a PNG, a transparent Whitecloaks logo. So
I like it.
I wanted to make it kind of excited. I think it needs a bit resizing because if we have a lot of people on, then somebody gets blocked. But there's just the two of us. So.
That's one of those things that's always hard. But I always say just block them. No, I'm kidding. Okay, got it. Sort of.
Okay. Hang on. Let me see if I can crank this up a little bit.
You just need a Bob the Balefire guy. Okay. It's almost done. It's almost done. I'm so excited. Almost colored.
Can you hear that better now?
Do you want to stop?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you're definitely louder, which is great because anytime we talk, I won't be able to hear these morons. But I can't. Oh shoot! I shouldn't have said that. That was sorry.
You're fine.
About this, and we only have an hour. So
Does it have closed captioning? by chance? That would help too. That would
I
be
didn't
great.
see it.
Yeah, we didn't. Like, it was something that we just.
Oh,
Yeah, I didn't have it.
they suck that much. Okay. All right.
How
Oh,
how
Pump up the
ableist of them not to include all.
I
types.
know, right? Jeez, man. All right.
Steve, do
I'm
you have
ready.
any idea how to turn the volume up on this any further?
Which one are you? How are you using it?
I just have it as a regular MP3.
That we're playing through the share screen thing.
Oh, the share screen thing is the worst. Is it your video file?
Yes.
Are you able to just upload the video instead of are you able to just
video
upload
file.
it? Yeah, are you? It might be too big for that, but you could try that.
All right, hang on.
One of
We
these
could
days, you
say
guys just
about
need to
this,
give. There
and
you
we
go.
only have an hour.
Okay.
Oh,
So
that
you
works.
might. So you don't have as much control, but you can hear it better. So you won't be able to do slow it down very much, but
All
you
right.
should be able to hear
Can
it.
you turn it down on our end too?
Okay.
You should be able to turn it down and up.
All right. There we
Okay.
go.
Yeah, one of these days you'll just give me secondary access, and I'll help you.
That would
But
be.
I guess you just don't trust me.
Hey, there's
Steve,
like 4 of
I think you know
us,
damn
and we
well
only
that it's
have
just
2
that I don't-
admins.
That's true. You're not wrong, Lady B. You're
I know it sucks. I wanted to get the one that had more, but it was a lot more money, and us broke white cloaks just drinking away all our profits. So
All right. So let's get
rightfully
started.
so too. All right, rolling out.
So, Kat, do you want to start?
Oh, it's the
Um,
Muppet from the other one on the right. Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, the one that throws me here is the MC's voice. She looks like Mike Johnson, like the secretary or the Speaker of the House, and
This
she
is
sounds
CNN.
yeah.
Sorry.
she got Rachel
I'm Kat,
mad out.
also known as 9A's Wifey over on Twitter.
Oh, God, one of
I
those.
am also a quarter of the Queers of Time podcast, talking about all.
The Crimson Tide podcast.
Nope, that's not what she said, Steve. Your first thought was correct.
What did she say?
She is 1/4 of the Queers of Time
Not that
podcast.
She didn't say Crimson Tide.
She did not say Crimson Tide.
I swear to God, I'm that was a good movie. Or go Bama.
I was gonna say a good football team.
Damn it! I thought we were watching a different podcast. All right, my bad. Okay,
things
sorry.
queer, all things Wheel of Time, and sometimes things not Wheel of Time, and sometimes not super queer, but also yes. Yeah.
She really said Cruise of Time and not Crimson
Hey,
Tide.
I'm Delusions
Okay.
of Graendal. I've been reading the series for about 25 years. My opinion on feminism has changed significantly in that time as my internalized misogyny has left my body.
So,
This is a woman, right?
It appears to be a woman.
What is the woman?
So, I mean,
Wrong question, right?
Personally, I thought the fact that she was wearing a traffic marker on her head was going to be the reason that I laughed at this person the most. But then she said internalized misogyny, unironically. I love this podcast or this thing.
What group is she of? Which failed podcast is she a part of?
I think she's going to say it. And actually, I feel like the others are even going to make fun of her a little bit for it.
I am a co-host of a podcast called Feather and Mountain Podcast. We record once a year. So maybe listen, maybe don't.
It's with her dad, which is
What the hell? What the hell voice came out of that? What was that?
Was that catty? Almost like she doesn't have any friends. That's why she does it with her dad thing. I kind of felt like it.
It's kind of funny.
Nobody
but-
will hang out with you but your dad. But yeah.
It's with my dad because I need a man to guide me in the conversation.
yes, you do.
Can't go unchaperoned in this day and age.
totally inappropriate. Hello, everyone. I'm Jess, your Emily Seat from Tarvalin After Dark and a neglected YouTube channel, and
It's not neglected when nobody watches. It's fucking failed.
I might be a little hungover.
Oh, imagine that.
Remember when you went to like WoT Con, you got drunk in the lobby and talked to all the show fans, and everyone really hated the show, but they just didn't want to say.
Yep.
We had some fun phone calls on that. It was awesome.
Yep. This person once called me racist on Twitter. And I responded that her septum piercing made her look like a barn animal with the ring in her nose. And all I'm gonna say is that she doesn't have the septum piercing anymore. So
can we get by the septum piercing, because it's like the
It's
most
gross. It's the worst piercing ever.
The worst one. It's so just. Oh, sorry. I know that's personal. It's terrible. It's terrible. Sorry. Ugh. I can't get over the voice. It's like smoking a pack a day, or like, I don't know. Maybe she's extremely hungover. I don't know. It's I don't know. Oh boy.
I'm Allie. I am one half of the Wheel Takes podcast, a first-time reader podcast that is on Knife of Dreams. I'm the first-time reader. However, I've really hyper-fixated on the Wheel of Time, and it's all I think about and talk about. And my husband, Gus, is the other half. He has read all of the books. And I also am a...
Yes. So she's hyper-fixated on the books, but she can't finish them.
Yeah, she hasn't finished reading them yet.
Got it. Just making sure. Well, I guess she didn't say on the book. She's hyper focused on the Wheel of Time, of what she said, if I'm being fair. So yeah.
Yes.
A screenwriter, most recently for a Nickelodeon show, and some stuff I can't talk about.
Yeah, you can't talk about it either. Come on.
Friggin' NDAs. And I also invented the Graendal Cup on Twitter, which is a March Madness bracket.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Land won this year.
Yes,
The first.
What the fuck is the Graendal Cup?
So it is a elimination style bracket in which they decide who the sexiest character is.
Because that's not sexist or anything.
They do it annually? How does it change?
I know, right?
Man to win the Graendal Cup.
You get different answers. Like, wow.
Thank God, really.
Finally, someone's thinking about the men.
Finally. So it's a March Madness bracket that definitively ranks the hottest character in the Wheel of Time. Each year they ascend to the heroes of the horny and are ineligible for future years. So it's been fun. Yeah.
So it's just like they're
Yeah,
ranking
so in terms of
everything,
spoiler
but
levels,
it's like
not
multi-year.
anything
Hang on, this is important.
beyond what Ali has reached, because I don't want to get murdered by the
Yeah,
end of the
literally,
panel.
if any of you spoil Allie, we will kill you. You will never leave this room.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is there anything on earth weirder than the fake gay murder threat? Like, I mean, unless she fell on you, like it's just fucking weird.
I think they're okay though, since there's like 6 people in the room. I don't, and they were all drunk together in the bar the other night. So I think they're okay. I don't think they're gonna have to follow through on said murder threat, but
so there's that. Yeah, I'm on Knife of Dreams. For those of you who are wondering, I'm on Knife of Dreams.
Nobody cares.
What's the spoiler? Is the spoiler level up to just where I'm at, and then we can talk about whatever we want? Or
let's do that.
Okay,
Yeah.
sweet.
Is there anyone here who hasn't read up to Knife of Dreams?
Thank God. Oh, nope.
Oh, we got
okay.
one.
What are you? No, you
That's
can
okay. That's okay. Where
Where
are we at? Where are we at?
Where are you at?
I just read the first book.
No, you can say.
Wouldn't you, if you're going to go do something like this, wouldn't you want to just finish the rest of the books?
It just reinforces this has nothing to do with Robert Jordan or Wheel of Time.
Our Lord Captain Commander wants to join us. Come here, George. Get up here.
He doesn't want to be picked up.
No,
I know.
he's afraid. He's like, get me the fuck out of here. What are you talking about?
Like feminists.
Oh my gosh! I've only read Eye of the World, and I'm at
that's me.
JordanCon.
Yeah, so in terms of spoiler levels,
sorry.
not anything.
Why is
anything
the person
beyond
whose
what
second
Ali has
language
reached,
the,
because I don't want
one
to
in
get
charge of this
murdered
one?
by the
Yeah,
end of the
literally, if
panel.
any of you spoil Allie, we will kill you. You will never leave this room.
Yes.
Yeah. So there's that. Yeah, I'm on Knife of Dreams. For those of you who are
Could her
wondering,
hair
I'm on
be any
Knife of
purpler?
Dreams.
Hey, it's that guy
Is the
from
spoiler
the Dusty
is the
Roller,
spoiler
whatever
level
it
up to
was.
just where I'm at, and then we can talk about whatever we
Oh,
want.
that
or-
was
yeah,
Dragon.
let's do
That was the
Okay,
Dragon
yeah,
Mount
sweet.
guy,
Is there
isn't it?
anyone here who
Yeah.
hasn't
Drag
read
him
up to
out.
Knife
There we
of
go.
Dreams?
Yeah.
Think on.
Big surprise he's there.
Okay.
Sorry. No, you
That's
can
okay. That's okay. Where
No,
are we at? Where are we at?
Where are you at?
I just read the first book. I
No.
No. You can stay. You can stay.
can
As
stay.
long as you don't mind spoilers.
Spoilers. There
If
might
you're
be
anything like
spoilers.
me, you won't
If
remember
you don't
He
anything.
mind
doesn't-
that we're going to be
he doesn't
talking about
care.
things past where you're
Does
at,
not
a
give a
lot of
fuck.
it will be words that you'll forget anyway. I promise.
100%. There will be so many words, and you'll be like, okay.
Yeah.
Are there going to be
So,
words?
Speaking very
guys?
vaguely, but Egwene, where I'm at, the Golden Crane rides for Tyrion Gaiden. I just did that, and just did Egwene's turning the tower against Honey and the Tea, turning the tower against Elida, and then walking into the room with full of novices, and they all stand for her. And so that's where I'm at.
My
Nice.
favorite part is when they stand up and they're
Great.
like,
Love it.
Excellent.
So to get us started on this panel, I
That
was
doesn't happen in
thinking about
KOD,
a quote
does it?
that Jordan had about is the world he tried to
believe it
create
does.
with the Wheel
A
of
little
Time.
bit does,
Because the description of the panel mentioned a lot of matriarchal country in the Wheel of Time, which is
I don't
not
understand what's
exactly
being
true, nor the intention of Jordan.
What is she saying? I haven't picked up a single word.
so I think she's saying that like there's supposed to be
I just
like matriarchal cultures in the Wheel of Time. It was like some kind of Jordan quote, I guess.
I'm just waiting.
okay.
I'm just waiting for like a mustache twirl and Freudline, Indiana Jones. It's like I can't get by it. I don't understand why this is the person they chose to lead this panel. Like I don't.
They only had 5 women, Steve. They didn't have a lot of options.
And they still didn't all read. Like I was just waiting for one of them to be like, "It's okay that you've only read one. I haven't read any of them." It's like okay.
Oh man! All right,
Oh my goodness gracious!
all right. Let's see this.
Description of the panel mentioned a lot of matriarchal country in the Wheel of Time, which is not exactly true, nor the intention of Jordan. So his quote was, no, in most of these societies, formatting is the obvious exception. I did not and do not view them as matriarchal. I attempted to design societies that were as near gender balanced as to rights, responsibilities, and powers as I could manage. It doesn't all work perfectly. I'm cutting part of the quote because there's a big similarities about belly button and whatever. You could read that. The real surprise to me was that while I was designing these gender balanced societies, people were seeing matriarchies. And there's a few things interesting there. There's all the the readers are kind of
They are
perceiving the world,
matriarch-
but there's
yeah.
also this intention
Sorry,
of
Mr. Jordan. Sorry, the whole world is run by women, but it's okay, I guess. Uh-oh.
Yeah. So, what?
Hey, dude, guy.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
All right, let me try and explain what's happening. So, there's a quote from Robert Jordan where he said that he was trying to design societies that were predominantly gender balanced. The best example I think would be something like Tanchico, where you have the king and the panarch.
Right.
And his comment was that he was trying to make societies as, for the most part, fairly gender balanced. and he was surprised that people were coming up to him and saying that he thought they were matriarchies, not gender balanced. And this is a quote that you see sometimes, but it's taken out of context because Jordan was talking about societies. He was talking about cities and nations, and it's often used as a sort of to describe the world as a whole rather than individual societies. So it's kind of one of these things that's been taken out of context, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, it, obviously state because, well, I mean, the most powerful, nation in the book is woman only that runs every nation. It's supposed to run every nation in the book. So right,
Reminds me of something.
I don't know. It's I don't know. It's one of those things. It's just like half the kingdoms are queens. The most powerful magic using society is all women.
Yeah.
The Shan is an empress. Yeah.
The Shan has an empress, and it is a legion of female channelers who are the most fierce weapons on the planet type deal, right? So I don't even care all that much. It's just why is that a problem? I thought that's like, is it because the world's falling apart?
They're going to argue that it's not actually that way.
Yes. And yes, Dempsey, it does crack me up. This woman checks her phone constantly on all the panels. If you watch Steve's one about the adaptation, and it's in the first half hour, it's amazing. George, you're in the way. I can't see chat.
I know our Lord Captain Commander is very interested in our job right now.
They're both. Yep. How many of them are checking their phones right now? 2 of them. Holy shit.
Yes. Anyway,
Luigi, why do they have this at the rage accent? I don't know. I can't understand what's being said.
Having a balanced world, which is nice, but I'm not entirely sure that was successful. So, is there anyone who wants to get us started on there?
Yeah, I mean, say, what did you say? Because I don't. Can you repeat that? Sorry, it's
in terms of gender balance. Lesbian Nerdy isn't here. She has a great point on this, and something that we'll certainly touch on in the deeper discussion. It's not gender balanced. If it was, jobs that are typically held by women would be equally held by both sexes.
Hey, I have a point of this, and this is something that actually bugged me because I read all of the books at one go. And later in the books, Jordan actually tries to gender balance stuff. So where you'd start out and there would be stable hands and soldiers and stuff like that. They'd be males. But by the time we get to the last few books, it's we have women doing jobs that just women wouldn't do. They're the stable hands and they're just doing hard work, kind of not traditional things like it was at the start of the book. So
I think that's true.
It kind of bugged me.
I mean but it's just is this I don't know, is she making a point of annoyance that women aren't doing stable hand jobs, or
yes, she's annoyed that
it's just the most powerful people in the series are women?
I think it's you know what it is? It's the difference between equality and equity. She wants gender equity in which everyone does the same thing. And what happens in this story is that it's this story's main theme is gender complementarianism.
Yes.
And it's women are good at one thing, men are good at other things. And the only way that we're ever going to succeed is if we work together.
Right. Which exactly. Sidine, Sidar. The whole theme of the book is that, right? But it drives me a little bit crazy because it's just do you remember when this was written and that Robert Jordan was in World War II and all that, right? It's the men went to war, the women stayed home and did all the jobs. It's you got to remember when this was written and by who, and it's just I don't understand what the problem is. That women are held in high regard and in powerful stations. They need to be the stall muck shovelers as well. I don't understand what the problem is.
Well, it's more like the ridiculous blank slateism. Like it's that they pretend that men and women are identical, which is of course absurd. I mean, Robert Jordan doesn't pretend that all of a sudden men and women are of equal strength, and are as equally as physically capable as one another. I mean, and nor does he pretend that men and women are the same from a psychological or personality standpoint.
Yeah.
So this complaint is nonsensical in that they're all nonsensical, but this one in particular is
just particular
ridiculous.
Are we going to get into a lot of people who is this a lot of people who say they like the books but can't stand the content of the books?
Yes, that is
Okay.
exactly what this is.
Sure, seems like it.
Also,
Sorry.
I know like Graendal was saying that this series was written in the 90s, and I know they act like it was written like 1,000 years ago.
That's
something
what
like
I was.
that.
Yeah, articulately put better by Vendel, but that's what I was trying to say. Robert Jordan, when he wrote it, his personal experiences, like, don't take any of that into account at all, right? So
Vendel right here. This is the one right here.
Yeah, you're not wrong, dude. Yeah.
the problem wasn't when it was written. The problem is that people have gone insane in the last 15 years. True, very true. Absolutely.
The fact that women still have to choose between home and career in the series.
Huh? What are we talking? We're talking about going to be Aes Sedai? Is that what we're talking about?
She's going to give some examples here, but it cracks me up because, I mean, I can think of 2 queens that have children that continue to be queens. Like, this is nonsensical.
Like, are we talking about Aes Sedai, like, full stop? Like, I don't
know. It's just this idea that
Maidens of the Spear
and Wisdoms and Aes Sedai.
They choose to do so.
I know,
Like,
it's not like
and
there's no choice. Like, and no offense, like I think that Maidens of the Spear one is perfect. It's like if you're risking your life to be a soldier and to choose war and killing and martial lifestyle there, it doesn't make sense that you're going to be raising children, and that's irresponsible and wrong.
Right, well, and they make a choice, and they can all. It's not like it's like, oh, you have chosen, your balls are chopped off. No, they can still choose to not do it anymore. Like they can choose to take a marriage, take on a marriage and stop being a maiden. Like none of them ever would. That's the point. But or like not fully, right? But like, I mean. What are we talking about here? Maidens of the Spear are forced, like those evil Aiel dudes are forced them to stop having children. It's like, what are you talking about?
No, I also would like to point out, Steve, I'm gonna put you on the spot here. Do you remember who the wisdom is in Emmons Field after Nynaeve?
Oh God, I don't remember her name. No, isn't she from Rightbridge though, or is that the fake one?
That's the Daisy Conger is the full time.
Okay, yeah,
one.
Okay,
and
yeah,
Daisy Conger is married to Whit.
No way! Isn't he part of the men's circle or the men's
village council?
The village council? Like, no way!
Yes. So
what? Cut her balls off.
Wasn't that just the whole like it was a show thing that was like you'd be like you couldn't
wait. So So are you telling me since she was made wisdom they had to kill her children?
Apparently, well,
that's not allowed, right?
All I'm going to say is that if this is sexist, if the wisdom not being allowed to have a family is sexist, well, that's a show only thing. That is not a book thing. So I'm gonna have to put that one on Rafe, not the show, guys.
Ugh.
Oh my God.
The fact that it's not like Maidens of the Spear, who, if they give birth, they either have to give the child away or step back from the spear, whereas men just, I don't know, can dick around without consequence is telling.
Like, when is the Aiel culture ever is telling? When is it ever? Like, you see all the hoops Gaul.
Oh wait, she has toe.
Like you see all the hoops Gaul goes through for freaking right? It's like you can't even tell a spear sister not to be like. It's like you have to get approval from the sister of the sister to even court somebody. It's like. Like why? What dudes could just dick around because you see all these illegitimate Aiel children running around all over the place, right? From the from baby daddy, baby daddy Ruark.
We just were
It's
listening
like,
to
what is going on?
What book we're on? Book 5 now, babe. I can't remember the name of it.
Fires of Heaven.
Fires of Heaven, right? And it's just like Matt is just finished hooking up with that chick he was like playing cards with and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
She loved every minute of it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's just so irresponsible.
Maidens of the Spirit is the worst. Like I don't know, like why this is supposed to be the strong, independent woman clan of the freaking Aiel. Like,
and even that's not good enough for them because it's a choice. They can't have both. I mean, like, what are you gonna do? Put on like a baby Bjorn on your back and go and battle or something like that? Like, come on, don't you love your kids?
Well, yes, you saw Blood Snow, the best cold open ever made, right?
Oh,
I mean,
yes.
Full dilation, killing guys like left and right. Let's go.
Oh yes, it happened.
Yes,
I was there.
Thank you, Nick Filoni. Perfect. Yeah. So anyway,
right? Like that's not gender. That's not gender balance. That's not equal sharing of household responsibilities. A wisdom can't have a family because
Steve dipped out.
Oh no. Yeah, like the whole wisdom not having a family is bullshit, but
Sorry.
Oh, you're good, man.
Young Barry Ladd came in here. Sorry. Okay. What did I miss? What nonsense did I just miss?
Going on about it, same stuff. I can't breastfeed.
Can we go back to Camille? I can't understand what she's saying, so it's a lot better.
I'm telling you, I'm just calling her Mike Johnson.
Mike Johnson. Okay. Why not?
who would take care of the children? It's something I can see that, an effort was made. But in my mind, especially with what was going on in the 90s with really excellent female writers out there, an effort was made, but it was an effort by a man, and it fell short of the mark.
Like it's so funny. I think none of these people have children or have any inkling to have a family, and they're just so self-centered they can't imagine doing something for somebody else. Like you cannot imagine, like, oh my god, I can't have kids. Like if you've ever been on like the Reddit like our childless thread, it is like just dire.
What? I don't know. It's like it fell short of the mark. Well, then why do you read this? Go read one of those other great female
Romanticy.
authors.
Sarah J. Maas.
Yes.
Like if they missed the mark, go read one of those other ones you're talking about. Can you name one of them, please?
Mm-hmm.
I would love to know which one you're speaking of. Oh,
yes.
You're just throwing bullshit out and you don't have any like that. It's like you could just make broad freaking accusations and broad statements, and it's like, okay, well, that's great. Which one are you referring to?
Yes.
Oh, you don't have one. Okay, well, fuck, my bad. Drives me crazy.
Gadfly, yes, I somehow suspected this would be your feelings.
It is nice to hear that Robert Jordan recognized that it's not matriarchal societies. It is something that I don't know if you've heard the discourse in the fandom. There's a lot of suggestions that it is a matriarchy.
Every time I post TikTok.
Well, again, this goes back to they're taking a quote about the individual societies, the individual civilizations, and saying that those aren't matriarchal, and then using it to refer to Randland as a whole, when realistically we would be, without, you have to account for the White Tower and their influence on all of politics. But
or what about Andor? Is it Andor like
so Andor? What Thailand?
Hereditary queenship?
Well, hell, you could even say the Aiel are basically run by the wise woman. I mean, yes, you have the clan chiefs, but the clan chiefs are always overruled by the wise women. I mean, they defer to them more times than not. I mean, I guess they have their own thing, so yeah. But you have the White Tower. Of course, is the big, and then you have the most powerful nation is Andorra. The queen.
Mhm.
How many queens are there?
We did this exercise once.
Yeah.
But I think we came back that it was like 8, 8, and 2.
Is
With
it 8,
them-
8, and 2? Okay.
With the Shan Shan and the Aes Sedai.
Yeah, well, the Empress is a
tilting
big
it.
glaring as well.
Yeah.
The Empress, may she live forever.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Someone tells me it's a matriarchy,
matriarchy.
and
Mhm.
I've developed an eye twitch about it.
It's certainly a situation that I'm glad we're having this discussion now in 2024. I can tell you when I first got on the book forums in 2000, it was a very, very different conversation that was happening about
Yeah, there were actually
matriarchies.
fans of the book.
And I mean, even with the
talking about
suggestion
book
of
thick.
gender balance, and I'll toss the reins over to Jess here because I know
Gender
we've got a lot of.
balance. Oh boy.
Well, I mean, I think gender balance is probably the main theme of the book. So if you're talking about the books, you should probably be talking about gender balance. But
I'd also venture if she was on there in 2000, I doubt she even had half of the opinions that she has now.
yes,
Oh, no.
absolutely. Well, I mean, she's even said that the internalized misogyny left her body.
My misogyny isn't internalized; it is very external and wants to fight.
Gadfly, this is an excellent question and a point that I think is probably going to get raised at some point.
They don't
Opinions
know
about this.
They don't have a definition.
Women consistently and repeatedly in the series lose power. That's done, as we see, with losing physical power, so on. That's
I don't know if they maybe caught this, but the gender balance is kind of the point, and the women start out on top. So yes, the women are going to lose power somewhat.
Well,
Also-
yeah. I mean,
Also, are we seriously going to pretend that the men don't often lose power as well?
Rand loses nothing at all during the whole series. Just saying. I'm just saying.
We're she and I are getting ready to we're getting into Fires of Heaven, and I got to say, man, Asmodean sure lost a lot of power.
Yeah. Just a little bit, right? I mean, he is sort of that's a perfect he's basically a gopher.
Yeah. And are replaced by other women who take power.
Well, there you go. Logain, that's a good one. Logain, tame.
Don't men lose a lot of power too?
Mazrim Tame doesn't lose any power.
Logain.
Logain's the better example. Logain, right?
King of Ilion, yes. Yeah.
What do you mean Martin Stapenaeus is a Chad? Oh, sorry, my bad.
Yep. But women losing the dominant status is simply just beginning to make things right, does it not? Yes, Unknown Sage. Thank you. Yeah, I see you've read the series. God damn.
Oh, gosh.
done through degradation. That's done to their power being second to a man. That's done by being chained to a man. These are repeated
Done by a
occurrences.
man spanking a woman.
Yes.
A lot. There's
Oh my god, I
What?
can't with that. Like, it's not everything is a sexual kink, you absolute degenerates. Oh my god.
What is she referring to? There's an Amerlin that spanks the shit out of every woman in existence.
Yes.
So I'm not. Which man is she referring to? One man in particular?
I was going to say, I'm trying to think. The only man who I can think of who spanks a woman in the series is Matt.
Oh, we're talking about Jolene?
Yeah.
Are you serious? When she actually deserved it for being a petulant little bitch? Is that what we're talking about?
Jolene and Gareth Bryn. And I'm 90% sure. Oh, Perrin.
Parents makes fail, but
Okay, so
she
we're up to
kind
three.
of wanted that.
She totally wanted that. Are you kidding me?
She was like, choke me, daddy.
Dude, I know. She was, dude, do you know how wet that made her? Jesus
Yeah, I know,
Christ. Like,
right?
come on. Like, she spends the whole series wanting him to freaking strangle her.
She keeps trying to like initiate physical violence against him.
Yeah, dude. I just finished KOD. Like my reread, I'm starting to Gathering Storm, and it's like he saves her. The first thing is like, choke me out right now because I haven't been choked in like a year. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Literally Cheryl from Archer.
This is so. They think they read some shit and they didn't read it. This is all just like, this is all nonsense. Like the amount of people being spanked in the White Tower, the spanking quota for women is far surpassed in the White Tower by Elida and Suan and the Mistress of Novices and everybody that's pillow friends in the White Tower. Okay, the spanking is definitely not a topic that's one-sided. Okay, actually it is towards the female spankings, but female spanking other females. So I don't know. Maybe I missed the boat here.
Oh, yes, Jolene was being a stupid jackass.
So these are all lesbians, yes?
I don't know.
The one on the right is married. The one to her right,
the one in yellow.
No, the one in yellow is obese. Is gay and obese. So the one in white is apparently married.
Yeah. But she's the man in that. She's doing the pegging. We know.
I don't know about Moby Dick here.
Moby Dick, which one?
The white whale.
Oh, sorry, I forgot. It's been a while. I saw two. I'm sorry, my bad. Getting toxic. My toxic manhood is coming out. Sorry.
Yeah, and then I'm assuming Mike Johnson is gay based on everything.
Who is Mike Johnson?
The Speaker of the House.
Oh.
All right, everybody look up what Mike Johnson looks like so you all get this
Mike
joke.
Johnson sitting next to
I'm going to look it up right now. Hold on.
I was going to say, can you pull this up?
Mike, is this the right guy? He needs a wig. Wait, what the hell? Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. Okay. You wanted me to share it? Is that what you want me to do?
Sure.
All right, here you go. Oh, what the hell? There you go. Okay. All right. Okay. I consider myself
There's a few
educated.
of those. The humbling in the ways is a big one. Even relationships.
The humbling in the ways. What are we referring to?
I actually don't know what she's referring to here.
This show, maybe.
Can I make a prediction? This chick in the front, in the middle, is going to talk over all of these fucking people because she hates the books.
She hates men the most.
Okay, got you. Okay, I can tell it's oozing from her pores.
Yes, and okay, let's talk about the spanking thing and why it's so predominantly women-centric. Because women establish hierarchies based on humiliation. The spanking is intended to be humiliating and degrading. It isn't intended, with the exception of Fail, to be sexual. Yes, Nick Filoni, we have found the target audience for the show. We have found the
100%.
elusive modern audience.
Yeah, you know what I think these people wanted? They wanted Gareth just to straight up slug Suan in the face, and then we'd be like, okay, that make like, don't spank her, just give her a right cross, equality. Why did you kill Suan? Well, she didn't want me to spank her, so I hit her and crushed her face in. I'm sorry, my bad.
Yeah, I was trying to think of, there was a great video I watched. It was on this channel called Home Math that explains how men and women establish sort of dominance differently. I'm trying to find it.
Yeah. Okay.
To me, I find this practice of listening to some of these people talk about. It's like,
yeah,
wow, we consume stuff way different.
Mm-hmm.
I consume content so much different than I guess the rest of the world. I don't know.
Yep.
Because I don't think about any of this shit. I just like, oh, she got spanked. Moving on.
There is that power.
Oh,
there is
another.
that
We
power
have another phone.
dichotomy
Look.
that
One. Yep. Okay. So 3 of the 5 have looked at their phones that we've caught.
I may keep a count here because like this is now sword hand for me. Sword hand and phone. Look. Oh shoot. Sorry. Garage door's going.
when you read this as through the lens of the female gaze, you definitely recognize that this is not relationships of equals, and that takes us really to the digmatization of
Digmatization. What in fuck are we talking? Have we ignored the fact that most of the women are worshipped by their significant others in this series?
Yes.
Stigmatization. What they're referring to there is like women decide to voluntarily be in a relationship with a man, and they interpret that as, oh my god, she's just been like hypnotized by the dick, like it's a snake or something.
No, that's all of you fucking people with land. Like,
yes.
I know.
Like, are you being hypocritical? The only reason you like Lan in any sort, book or, is because you like the actor and you want him to fuck you. That's the only reason that any of you like Lan. It has nothing.
That's the truth. That's
literally
Tumblr.
Yeah.
No, we're being hypocritical. We're being completely hypocritical because that's the only reason you like Showland is because he's dreamy and he has abs and he towed Moraine in season 1. Like, I mean, give me like Perrin kills like like hundreds of thousands of people to get his wife back. Like, because he worships her and he can't live without her. Like, what are we talking about? Like, I don't even know.
All right. Carburatus, I'm going to give you the repeat you wanted because I think everybody needs to hear digmatized again.
You definitely recognize that this is not relationships of equals, and that takes us really to the digmatization of women in the series.
Which you throw over to me, and I need to review the notes very quickly.
No, I have to put up my...
Because we came with receipts.
Can we take a cigarette break, please?
I
I'm
can't
looking at my
with
phone
receipts,
here.
you bitch. Let's fight.
Jesus Christ. It's been 5 minutes. Can we Jesus Christ?
I mean, like I don't know. I was gonna say like it
I'm
can
going to
even
hell,
be like
but
a
it's-
relationship of equals because somebody dates Gwen, but like Gwen's pretty stupid too. So
Let me find my notes real quick. I'll go be outside. Light one up.
Pages of notes in the book.
So many notes. Most of them done by Allie.
Hey, it's Wayne, the only guy that was watching this live stream at all, and I think is the person that doesn't know how to work the freaking YouTube channel. Sorry.
Thanks for doing all the work on this.
I got the document, and then I blacked out, and my ADHD took over my body, and I remember James watching me fill out the document because I kept having these ideas, and James kept going, "Can you finish a thought on this document?"
And it's a Graendal doc, so of course her
thought.
name was like Anonymous Raccoon or something. Absolutely rabid.
But somehow they knew Anonymous Raccoon was me. Like, I don't know how they knew, but they did.
Yeah, we did. Well,
What the fuck does this have to do with Robert Jordan?
That people immediately jump to the conclusion that it's a matriarchy, despite the fact that he tried to write it in a gender balanced way and it wasn't.
Not it. Them. Different societies. Read your own fucking quote.
Look,
is because
they just don't. If anybody would just well, where do you put the White Tower and all that then? If it's not a matriarchal society, like that's the question. None of them can answer. Well, where does the White Tower? Oh, well, that's different. It's the White Tower. It's like, well, they run the world right now, so
yes,
like they have advisors in every nation. They run everything. They've fucked up everything. Yeah, what about them? No? Oh, okay. Never mind.
But again, I would also like their definition of what do they see as a matriarchy. Like, is it just there's no men there? Is it like women are absolved from all sort of familial obligations? Like, what does this look like?
I'm trying to figure out how do we change dictamization, pussificate? No, pussification.
Okay, so
Is pussification our word?
is dick plus hypnotization.
Right. So pussification. No, pussification is this panel. How,
No, they're like marks that hypnotize. They're stuck on like.
I don't know. They just. I've never seen a bigger panel of posers in my life. None of these people like the series.
I thought you were gonna say you've never seen a bigger panel in your life, which is awesome.
Well, I did see that they must have had to reinforce the sage because I saw a little bow there. But sorry, my bad.
We are so
Do you
absolutely.
think that's why they're seated the way they are?
I could see it.
I'm being so bad. I'm sorry.
Toxic.
I'm being so toxic. It's because I've only had 2 hours sleep. All right. Jesus. All right. Rolling along.
And conditioned to seeing men in positions of power. That the idea of seeing women in powerful roles, even though they're very imperfect, just automatically women have power. It's a matriarchy, you know, and it's like, can you not, please, for like a second?
Barrelane's boobies makes it a matriarchy.
You heard it here, folks. Barrelane's boobies makes it a matriarchy.
Yeah, and
yes.
And I think it's very funny to hear that about the books because we also see those comments about the show. The show is still not a matriarchy, by the way. Like,
I'm sorry, you must have missed Swan's monologue in which she literally refers to it as her world. Like, I mean, she quite literally says the phrase "my world." You are living in my world.
How was it not? It's worse. They deposed the king and made it a queen.
Yes.
Like, what do you mean? There are no male Aiel. Like, I like. What do you mean? Like, they're saying like this is what happens when you get a room of people that don't have anybody going. You know what you're saying is bullshit. This is the perfect picture of what happens when you have echo chambers. Is this room? Like, I like our echo chamber, so I'm not going to talk about it. But no, I'm kidding. We have Trip, so she keeps us balanced.
Yep. Oh my god.
Uh-oh. What? Isn't it considered bad luck? Yes, it is actually.
Talking about the digmatization is basically
they
throughout the series. What we see are these women who
How many times are they going to say dictamization
and resourceful, and then a man gets involved and it just goes right straight to hell. You know, a perfect example is
what we're talking about. Wheel of Time.
Okay, I'm just gonna throw it out there that Morgase's hoe bag problem is responsible for a lot of her later woes. Okay, like because she just has to be a hoe. She can't just be like, you know, I'm just a queen. She can't go the Queen Elizabeth route. So she gets rid of like Tom. She gets rid of her best general. Like she creates a situation in Andor with the court that people know that if you're like a moderately attractive guy that kind of like hooks up with her, like she's receptive to that, so they can get power, which is why Ravine comes in there.
That's exactly what happened.
And when she goes in, like when she goes to the Whitecloaks, she goes with the idea that she's going to screw him and Valda. So it's like I won't like blame her for the bad things that happened for her, but it's like she set herself up through some really bad things. So
bad habits. It's not her fault. Yeah, she was taking advantage of it. Yeah, well, I like, so I'm assuming she's going to give examples here of how. What is there? Is it one example? Like what? I'm very curious what her example of a man stepping in and everything going to shit is, because I'm not saying that it happens to a bunch of the characters, but all you have to do is say Aes Sedai, and that qualifies for every fucked up thing. Because every time there's an Aes Sedai involved in anything, everything goes to shit.
Yep. So let's see this one.
When Egwene is in the tower and is working on like getting everyone behind her as Amerlin, and then Gawain saves her. Does he listen to what she wants?
Can we all just agree that Coin is retarded? Like, he's just dumb. Like, he could open his mouth in any situation with other men, and it would just ruin everything.
Okay, I guess let's first of all, we're at JordanCon, right?
She had to deep pull all the way to freaking, what is it, Gathering Storm to find one example of a guy not listening to a woman.
Okay, well, Steve, I have a list of questions that I want to go through about this.
Yeah, I would love to hear them. Sorry.
So, who wrote The Gathering Storm?
Bob the Builder. Of course, Brandon Sanderson, of course.
Okay, so we're ripping Robert Jordan for something that Brandon Sanderson wrote. So I guess let's start with that one. Second
True.
of all,
who is very sorry, by the way.
Yes, very sorry.
What is he sorry for?
What, Sanderson?
Aaron in the show.
Yeah,
I have technically Mex can put something out. I have something that I'm not copying you, Alan. I had one going as well. I just have the worst schedule. So
Oh, I'm sorry, Dan. You are correct. It's Towers of Midnight.
So even worse.
Yep.
Right.
So I guess let's start there. Second of all, Egwene doesn't have the strength. She never tells Gawain, "Leave me here." He carries her unconscious out of the tower. She never tells him, "Stop, leave me alone." So that's my second issue.
Hey,
with this one.
Gawain, I have this plan that I've been formulating for many months. Leave me here because I'm not dying. It's like, come on, what the fuck?
Yeah. So never says that. And then third of all, how does this ruin her plan? She gets taken back to the rebel Aes Sedai camp, and immediately within like 12 hours, the tower says, "Oh no, it's cool. You're the Amerlin now." So
yeah, her plan at that point, her plan is already accomplished.
Yeah. So I guess my commentary about this example is: one, not written by Robert Jordan; two, he never ignored her when it mattered; and three, the plan didn't get blown up because it worked perfectly.
Well, he actually got her to safety so she could come back. So
yes,
he did the right thing.
Yep.
And is the chick on the far right who hasn't read the book staring daggers because she's like, "What are you talking about? I haven't read any of this yet."
I gotcha.
She's like, KOD spoilers. Go get. I haven't read that far yet. Stop talking. No, okay, my bad.
I got you. I'm sorry, Dane. You may be right. She might be talking about the plan to find Masima or Masana, but the counter to that is Gawain saves her from the Shanshan assassins. So again, without Gawain, it wouldn't have worked anyway. So, yeah.
I don't understand why Gawain is your.
Yes, Gawain is also the stand-in because Gawain is retarded and is basically never does anything right.
Like I don't.
So of course he's all men. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How dare him? Whatever. This is just a stupid point. How about Elida? Trumps every word you're going to say.
Mm-hmm.
How about every female? How about Alvarian? How about let's see. How about Egwene? Moving on. How about Elaine getting thousands killed?
Was that too far? I don't know what happens in any of the books. But anyway,
it's too far.
Repeat.
Clearly.
Is she being sarcastic? Because I actually believe that statement.
Repeatedly throughout the series, and you have seen this.
I didn't hear it.
She didn't hear anything.
I honestly was thinking about my next point, and I honestly did not hear what you said. I was thinking about
Can't do
men.
two things at once. And women. Jesus
We're
Christ.
always thinking about men.
Oh, yes.
ADHD saves the day again.
Yeah, continue. Thank you. Yeah, honestly, I don't know what
Wait,
happens
what
in
did
what
she
order. He's like, "Oh, Knife of Dreams." I don't know
No
what
worries.
happens in Knife
Keep
of
going
Dreams.
with your.
But anyway,
if you want to jump to the other
finish the
Amerlin
point.
and talk about Swan and Gareth,
we
Bryn.
can talk. Yes. Okay, we can talk about
Swan.
Swan and Gareth Bryn. So, and I mean,
Why does she? Why is she here? She hates the book so much.
They all do.
Yeah.
The truth slipped out.
I know.
Some of it is
repeatedly,
still in less
like
played books.
just he oversteps constantly, is not listening to what she wants, what she says, whatever. And then Swan, incredibly powerful, even after she's still.
Hey, Steve.
Mm.
Who wrote the most significant portion of the Gareth Swan relationship?
Also, Bob the Builder. Brandon Sanderson also, yes. But I think I don't know what they're probably referring to is the fact that Swan is uncomfortable admitting that she's in love with Gareth, so she sort of is confused with what her feelings are, and women are never confused, right?
Mm-hmm.
Never.
Hey, Teresa.
Absolutely not ever.
But, let alone Gareth went incredibly easy on her because he had feelings for her. Like, how dare he want recompense for all the things she blew up at his farm?
Yes. Remember Swan Sanche, Oathbreaker.
Yeah,
Oathbreaker. we have Dalinar Colin, the Oathbringer, and Swan Sanche, Oathbreaker. I love it. Sorry, lady. What?
I was just saying, yeah, I'll keep that promise, but just at a later time. Like when I'm dead.
Yeah.
She's smart and she's resourceful, and then she gets together with Gareth Bryn and
Gets to do his laundry.
She gets to do his laundry.
Because he's
She wanted to do it.
She
To, like,
committed
make
a
it the fact
no,
that
she's still paying for her crime.
Yeah, she's
It's
on
just
parole,
they fell-
dude.
Like they went googly for each other in the process. She is still basically under house arrest. Like it's just oh god.
Also,
it's just framed a different way because she's fallen in love with him. Like it's like, what's the problem?
Yes, Gadfly makes an excellent point. Gave everything to Min to do whenever she got the chance.
Yeah, that too.
And then, so smart she got ousted in a coup she had no clue about.
Yeah. It's crazy because it's just like I don't. What God, men bad. That's all I hear right here. Man bad. Dictatorial or whatever they're calling it. Dick whatever.
Dickmatized.
Dickification. Dickmatized. Dickification. Fucking
right?
Excuse me. She also gets to polish his boots.
So yeah, it's just
and it's thanked.
Also, like, can we talk about the fact that Gareth Bryn listens to her frequently and oftentimes listens to her and goes with her plans because he respects her intelligence.
I like how there's just no give and take here. It's like the minute a woman chooses to do something that's not girl boss, that's maybe for a man. She does anything for a man. It's like
you have completely forgotten the reason she is doing all that shit. Because she committed, not only is she an oathbreaker, she committed a crime. Okay, well, let's just put her in prison to rot instead of having her do my laundry and polish my boots. Let's just, she can muck out the stalls and, she does that too, but she can just, languish in prison.
Space Torsor's right too. She ropes Gareth Bryn into going to fight the White Tower.
Yes. She does. He does it because he loves her.
Yep.
Hello. Hello. Whatever.
Occasionally,
which
I mean,
if that's your thing, that's great. But
everything should be fun, guys. Or nothing. Things don't have to get done. If it's not fun, don't do it.
Makes the women smaller.
How?
Citation needed.
Please. How does that make me smaller? Me choosing to do Alex's laundry because he's gone away from home for so long. How does my choice make me smaller? Her
her being attached to Gareth actually gives her more power again.
I know
Yes!
exactly. She attaches herself to a powerful person because she no longer has the lifetime powers, so.
That's part of it. She realizes that she's brought in low, even though she's been healed. She still has no standing because of how the power or how the structure of the tower is. She's not powerful enough to rise again. So she's attached. What are one of the benefits of this guy that I fell in love with? Oh shit, he's one of the smartest, most skilled generals on the planet. Well, that's not going to give me some more power and get back into the game being next to that guy.
Yep.
I mean, come on.
Or how the women use men. Are we going to talk about that?
Yep.
Yeah, she straight uses him, but he don't care because, like, I feel like she sees Gareth as an equal. So
yes,
that's it, right? I mean, that's all there is to it. She's willing to do, like, it takes a while, but she's willing to do some of these things because they're on equal footing. There's a give and take, and she's being punished for fucking breaking the law. Got off pretty goddamn light, starching some shirts and polishing some boots for almost. Did she kill people or just burn down the barn? She almost killed somebody.
They burned down the barn and like Logan stole money and then
So she got off pretty goddamn easy for fucking that madness, but the oath breaking is the worst of all of them. But,
it's not cool.
You want to touch on Nynaeve and Lan?
Please do, bitch.
Oh boy.
Please do, bitch.
Yeah, I would say, just to say something a little bit positive, I would say that Nynaeve's arc throughout the series, I think, is one of the most well done, generally speaking.
Agreed.
Where is she
Until
going?
you get sort of to that middle half section.
The best part.
Middle half section? What the fuck is she talking about?
I think she means until you get to the middle of the series.
Like when she's doing all the badass shit, like cleansing
like
Saidin and fucking and sending, like you just talked about another one of the best scenes. She fucking outsmarts Lan, puts him in the front of says, "Okay, I'm gonna go ride for the fucking Tarwood's Gap, and I'm gonna go ahead of you and recruit for you." Like that's like. Fuck that. That's terrible. Like, what a bitch. Like,
It's
don't
one of
understand.
the best arcs if you ignore the character development. Yeah,
I know. It's like she says that she likes Nynaeve when she's like at her worst.
Well, yeah, but that's the MO of these people. Apparently, it's like, oh, she's a raging bitch at the beginning. That's when she was the best. It's like, what? What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, we got 31 in chat. Hello.
Nice. I hope y'all slashing that like button.
And then once she gets married,
dignitized.
Wait, what?
I just have to pause because I know I've had this argument several times with Dane. I know I've had it with other people on the server, but everyone's all, does Nynaeve get butter when she's got some good dick from Lan? I know, and I'm just like, no, and I have a little different take, but I think there's a lot of people that think, yeah, that's it. So, but I wouldn't call it dignitization.
She got married to a guy that she loves and has loved for fucking across nations,
since book one.
Since book one, they think nothing but of each other, and them finally getting married is being dickmatized. It's like, what if fucking Leanne married fucking I don't know, another girl? Is that being pussified? Like what are we doing?
I don't know.
I just want to say thank you to Prophet of the Dragon for the one White Cloak membership. I believe Kalia Dare is a new member of the White Cloaks, so thank you for that. Yes, the comments on this are all dead on. Dane, especially, she was dignitized and I have the world.
I might concede that point. I might.
Oh
Maybe someday.
and Lan. And even with, I know the will he ride alone moment is iconic.
I was going to say,
I get it.
Let's remember the will he ride alone.
Yes.
Since I just read it.
It's great. It's iconic.
End of sentence. You can end the sentence there.
Stop
Is
talking.
it Nynaeve's best moment? Because it always feels like
No,
that's the
it's
moment that
probably
people
not. It's one of
remember
them, though.
about Nynaeve, and it's one of the moments that is directly connected to Lan.
So
Yes, character moments are often connected to other characters
Because they're fucking attached. Like they man,
of
like,
course she's doing it for Lan. She's a goddamn
She
queen
fuck-
of Malkir. Shut up.
She right there you go. She's also the queen of the country he's trying to fuck. It's like, did you lose it? Did Lan made her a queen by marrying her as well? So now she has power, more power as well. Like,
Yeah, it's like she gets power and a purpose.
Yeah,
I
who
always
cares
think though
about,
it's
you
the
know?
purpose that keeps her.
Yeah, who cares about like going out of your way and being smart and doing something completely above and beyond for the person you love most in the world? Yeah, fuck that. Like whatever, man. It's just give me a break.
Nynaeve has so many other incredible moments. I mean,
I love this one. This is her best example.
sequence with her battling Mogedion is literally my favorite sequence.
She threw a plate at her. It was
yes.
amazing.
This is not true. She threw the sad bracelets at her, but continue.
It was great. They were staring at each other just intensely. It was great.
I mean, I agree. It's kind of a cool way to portray a battle, but like, come on, that is not her best moment.
Yeah, you know, doing something that's never ever been done before, you know, that's not a good moment either. Yeah, I'd argue doing something that people from the Age of Legends didn't even think was possible. It's probably one of her best moments. Healing that which could not be healed, probably I think would rank up there. But you know, that involves a man, so you know,
can't have it.
But you know, the will he ride alone one is the one that sticks in people's mind, and
Because
it's not
it's
to say that it's not
awesome.
an incredible and, you know, like sort of encouraging and iconic moment, but is it Nynaeve's best moment?
That's saying
And I mean,
Nynaeve,
even
like-
before that, you know, we speak about the cleansing, and in that, what's Nynaeve's point of view? What's Nynaeve's purpose except to be a vessel for a man?
If that's that's all you think fucking Nynaeve did at the
You think that's all she did? If that was the case, then like Rand could have taken both keys of the JordanCon and just cleaned it himself. He did not need her.
That's really all they think she did there was just she's just fucking a hole for Rand to stick it in. Okay.
I was gonna say, so Steve, you wanna tell the group who initiated the link between her and Rand?
It was Bob the Builder.
Yep.
No, I mean, she like that's the whole point. She's in control.
Yep.
Like she didn't like it gives her like it actually that whole sequence gives her a better understanding of what Rand's going through.
Yes.
Like for like one of his few true like advocates.
Well, she was one of the more sympathetic people towards Rand from the beginning, like even so. But after like linking and then, you know, feeling his pain and trying to control the torrent of Sidene and all the shit that goes with it, she's like, "Holy fuck!" Like you can tell, like from there on, Nynaeve's attitude towards Rand has even changed even more because of all the things she knows he's having to deal with.
Yep.
They do.
So,
they hate motherhood. They hate children.
Yep. So Dan, you're right. She's not in control. She gives the bond over to Rand, but she has to first make the bond and then kind of walk him through how all that stuff is done.
Yeah.
Dude, it's a team effort, okay? Like that's I think that's the most important thing. It's not like
the
anybody that
entire
thinks she was just sort of sitting there like she could have gave up at any time, and it would have been fucked.
Yeah, I mean, she almost gets her fucking face melted off. Like, just
Yeah, so it's completely was a tandem effort, like, and just diminishing her. Like, these are the people. These are supposed to be the people. Diminishing Nynaeve in that moment is just like, wow. Like, I can't even believe it. Like, Nynaeve's shit. It was all Rand. It's like, I thought you were the people. Like, what? Like,
Yeah, right.
no, that's absolutely wrong. Nynaeve was massively important in that moment. I don't understand what you're saying. It's crazy.
She is the most talented healer in this generation, and her purpose is simply to exist effectively as a sangreal for Rand, and her voice in that, her perspective in that is silenced. So it's like Nynaeve is incredible. She's an amazing character. She's someone I loathed as a child, and then swiftly recognized that it's because I am her.
No, you're not.
What?
Jesus Christ, this person.
That might have been the funniest joke told in this panel. Like, woof. Oh.
It's oh god, man. I can't even.
And also,
I think there's a psychological study potentially for
potentially
like which Two Rivers kid you hate the most is the one that you are the most like, for sure, especially at the beginning.
Yes,
because I am that coffin, but I want to like smack him.
What?
The internal.
She's Matt.
More like meth coffin in the bathroom.
I disagree. But okay.
Loathing is just so strong and
it's something to
powerful.
talk to the therapist about on Monday. Yeah, but continue. Sorry.
No, go. I mean, well, like with Nynaeve, it's just really frustrating because we do get this. We can talk about men. We can talk about basically when a man comes in and the goal is met. The goal is marriage. The goal is union with a man. The goal is partnership.
Jesus Christ.
Yes, the goal is partnership. Thank you. You got it. Ugh.
Morgay is sexually traumatized, not once, but twice. Ravine followed immediately by Valda. And then what happens? Oh, Talonvor enters the chat. And it's just like immediate.
Thanks, it just got AIDS.
Talonvor, who worships, like, God forbid there's a guy that's actually like trying to look out for her.
You think of all of the people in this series, he would be the one that they like the most.
Why are they going after
such a beta male?
I was going to say nobody's harder than Talonvor.
Talonvor's one of the biggest simps in the freaking like.
What? It's so hard, but he's just taking advantage of her.
Like, I don't like.
Oh yeah,
well,
Dempsey is right, babe. Highlight his comment. He says, "There it is. They lack companionship and are mad that when they see others being happy, you're fulfilled by love." Exactly. Ho's mad.
I don't even understand. Yeah, Talonvor shows up in like fucking. It's not like he fucking like she's still the same bitch. He just likes it. Right? I'm confused. I am confused. No, because Tuon's just a straight up bitch the whole time. So no, they're gonna be fine with Tuon.
Also is the Talonvor Morghese thing another Sandersonism? No, that's that.
Well, I guess the bulk of it probably happens. Yeah, I mean it's the roots. I would say the roots are set before that, though. I mean, he's KOD when they're going in to get her, he's full on like weeping and crazed to get her saved like Fael is, but
yeah.
I'd say, I mean, so I don't know that it's a full on Sandersonism, but he fit it, It
the majority of the worst simping is Sandersonism.
I think that's probably right.
Yep. I think Trip crushes it here.
I think her POV that if a woman is abused by men, she's required to hate all men forever. which is a very unhealthy way of looking at things. And I agree.
Yep.
Well, so more gays as an example. Ravine, who is a Forsaken, so like a demon. And then who's the other one? We're talking about the king?
Valda.
Well, Valda's another piece of shit. So like, I don't understand. Like, what are we talking about? You have evil incarnate and evil incarnate. Wow.
Yep.
You should respect women. Like, what? They're evil. Like, I don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever.
Shipping, like all this trauma, don't worry, suppress to success. Here's a man, he shall cure you on your journey, and he's
Okay, this is just flat out wrong. Like there's a huge portion of the her story arc that is about her getting over her trauma. In fact, she basically it annoyed the shit out of me because I'm like, can you just get together already?
Yeah, they spend most of it apart.
Yeah, and I mean, she blatantly says to him, "Look, I'm a little fucked up right now. It's gonna need some time here." Yes.
He's like, I remember the scene where he's like, "Fuck that bitch."
Right.
I want my. It's like I want my. Come on, no, it never happened. Like
Right.
this is revision. This is just I read a thing and this is not what was in there at all.
In the ugly stepsister with the shoe is like critical Marxist theory, and they have to shove like everything that they've come across into this stupid framework.
This is just. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
A conclusion has been reached, and the evidence will be made for it, whether or not the evidence exists or not.
Yes,
is what this is.
So that's pretty cool.
Progress.
Progress.
Can we talk? Can I talk about men?
Yes. Talk about
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I just read.
Dan, I love this comment. More gays rush to another man.
Wow.
Yep, and Forsaken, another great comment from the chat.
Like,
plus, like
not even a Gawain moment that to me were like such. Can I swear on this?
Yes.
Such fuck yes moments. So it's interesting because I think when Robert Jordan shines, he shines so hard, and that's why some of the moments where
say something,
there's a little to be desired, hit so hard because he's so capable, right? You know that he has these moments, and with Egwene, that moment in the tower is so badass. You do have to bloom, ignore the fact that she's getting spanked on the rag.
What are we talking about?
Hey, Steve.
You know what this is?
Who wrote those books?
Bob the Builder did. Brandon Sanderson did. Like, but I don't understand. Like, she hasn't even named the part. I don't even know what she's referring to be honest, because she won't say it. She's just talking about.
This goes back to my thing, like that video that I was talking about, and I'm gonna find it so I can post it on the Discord. That was put up by the Home Ass channel, and it talks about how women like navigate their relationships with other women, and like one of the things that the guy explains is like how women use like compliments. Like he used this like really horrible video of like one of those podcasts where women were like what do you rate yourself, and everyone said they were like a 10, and then this one was like wasn't or something, and then it's the sort of like everyone's the best and everyone's so good and everyone's like it's this like fake compliment crap, like to just one up it so many times.
So wait, honey, I just
Honey in the
is that what she's referring to? Isn't that with when she's in the novices quarters? Like full on, like just embracing the pain and figuring out, like embracing her inner, like wise one. Is that what we're talking about? She's being spanked by another girl.
That gotta be. I guess that's what
She's being spanked by a fucking.
I guess they're objecting to spanking in general. I guess the majority of that stuff happens in the Sanderson books, but I think Dana's right. That's when.
But if that's what she's talking about, that's a female instructor taking out penance.
Yes.
So who cares about the spank? Like what? It's punishment.
It's punishment. It's not like, no, you're the best. No, you're the best. No, you're high. You're pretty.
They're beating her. They're beating her like so much that they have to heal her twice a day.
Mm-hmm.
But because it's a spank, it's termed as a spanking instead of a beating. It's bad. Like.
That appears to be the case. Yes, spanking's bad. Beating's
it's a woman doing it. Like I'm lost. Like, sorry, fuck. Maybe there's some fucking heroin in these seeds I'm eating. God damn, I don't understand what's happening.
Yep.
Jesus.
Oh yeah, thank you, Golad, for that succinct description of that video. That's right there.
God damn.
Love it.
Yep, it's exactly it.
Because the spanking is a lot, y'all. Like, let's just be honest about it. The spanking's a lot.
It's a lot.
It's not a lot.
With that alone, we know so much more about Robert Jordan than we need to.
Right, exactly.
But spanking aside, right? We bird box that. We don't see it. It's an incredible moment that I've just come off of these two incredible moments for these women. Men is a really complicated one for me.
Oh, this is fun. This is so fun.
So what? They just say spanking is a problem. Like I'm sorry I can't get off this. What is your alternative? Should she have got a whip and beat the shit? Should she have got a bat and beat the shit out of her? Should what should she what should the mistress of novices be doing to give out punishment? Standing her in the corner? Like, this is a problem child. Looks like Alex broke his mic. Am I in control? I have taken over the Whitecloaks YouTube channel. It is over. I can't hear you. You may have to reset your mic. It is now mine.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Damn it. You're back. Shit. Damn it. I was on top for a minute.
Yeah, Nick Filoni, yeah. They assume it's a male fantasy of women spanking women. They assume male gaze and fetishization.
Well, but like they'd be saying the same thing if they took a paddle to her or just I guess hit them. Like if they hit them, it would be beating women is bad, right? It's like, well, it's a penance. Like, what do you want? Stand in the corner for timeout because all of us parents know that timeout works every time.
I was gonna say, I mean, the alternative is like what? Hot irons and pincers, like.
Because when she shows up, she wears pants. Amazing. We love. She throws.
Because she wears pants, she's amazing. What the fuck is wrong with these fucking people?
I'm surprised they haven't gone like, well, non-binary representation.
Jesus Christ. She has pants on, so she's amazing because she doesn't wear a dress. And Rand is a fucking asshole because she wants to start looking pretty for Rand. Or accentuating her inner beauty since she's already fucking pretty and has a dump truck in the booty. Wants to accentuate that booty. Like, I don't understand. Why is this a problem?
It's amazing. We love that. She doesn't. She could see the future. That's so Raven, and that's amazing. And we love her right off the bat. And there's nothing wrong with a woman discovering her femininity. There's nothing wrong with the makeover plotline in itself. But for me, the makeover plotline has to come from, much like in my favorite movie, My Big Fat Greek Wedding, has to.
Well, that says a lot about her, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Let it finish.
From them wanting to pursue that, and that being an internal journey that they're going on.
Yourself
and what troubles me frequently about men, and I think why people have such a visceral reaction to men.
Nobody has a visceral reaction to men.
Is that a lot of her plots
And a lot of her choices in terms of the makeover that she gets, and yes, she starts a pants revolution, and we love that for her. Style icon. But becomes about what Rand prefers, right?
No.
Like,
No.
have you ever
No.
tried to dress up or do something to get somebody you like to pay attention to you?
She is abso-fucking-lutely wrong. She makes all the style choices she wants, and Rand goes, "Oh, that's nice.
Yes.
Did you change the way you look? You look great." Or he makes some offense. She's doing all of that for herself. Hell, there's a point where I just read she's there, like she's saying she's talking to Moraine's fucking cousin about style preferences and tier, and they're just having a discussion about, right? It's like, do you completely? No, you're absolutely wrong. She does not make any choices on her attire based on Rand other than wanting to look good, so he notices her more. He doesn't fucking do it.
You know who she does have to make clothing changes to accommodate.
Suan Sanche.
Suan Sanche is
The
the one.
women are evil.
Yep.
Yeah, Suan makes her put on a dress, but we're not gonna fucking talk about that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Jesus.
And Rand often thinks about how he prefers men in skirts, right? And men often like.
Does he ever?
I cannot think of one example.
Like, I love when you can just say something that is not widely like known as a fact and be like, right? Like, you know, it's said many times that Rand likes a finger in his ass when he's doing men, right? It's like, no, that never was said ever. I don't remember him ever like, and if he does, it's like a one-off line that I'm sure she misinterpreted. I don't remember him saying anything about the fucking clothes she wears other than it's changed.
Yes, I also Trip again. Sure, she wants to be attractive for the person she loves. It would be different if Rand forced her to look a specific way. Trip, you're failing to recall that in the books, Rand beats men if she doesn't wear skirts.
Correct. Right. Yeah, I remember. Right. Yeah, I remember that. If she's not low cut with like she's got her fucking G-string hanging out her booty shorts, Rand goes off the chain and beats the shit out of her. Right? I remember those, right?
Mhm.
Right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like complains in her head about wearing what she's wearing, but is wanting to impress Rand. And then also, let's just talk.
But
really
she's
quickly
not.
about-
Did you miss the fact that she's fighting with herself because she does actually enjoy the clothes that she's got on?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yes,
that's why she your own words. That's why she creates a style revolution, because she ends up designing her own clothes and enjoying what she's wearing. Fully supported by Rand.
Right.
The POV of somebody else in those council meetings watching men grind on Rand.
Oh my God.
I mean, like, let's be real about that. Like,
What?
What, 25?
Yeah.
So her
Yeah,
brain is
that-
fully developed. We are too old to be grinding on people in council meetings. I'm just saying.
I don't believe you. I believe all of you people were grinding on each other in the party while you were drunk here like 5 minutes ago. And what are we talking about? Because he was.
Yeah,
like,
that's what I was wondering. I don't remember men grinding
Because-
on Matt, like,
because-
or,
well,
I
oh.
mean, Rand. And I remember, like, there's a part where she's like sitting in his lap and she's kind of like fooling around with him.
That's what it is. Her underdeveloped brain can't understand that he's sitting on. She's protecting her man and is concerned about her and is trying to do everything that she can to keep him sane. And I think it was Dane that said it earlier. Men saves the world. Because without men, Rand would have turned into a goddamn lump of freaking. Well, he almost did, right? Without men,
Yeah. She's
Rand
the one that
Rand
figures out what Calendar is.
Rand turns into a tyrant without Rand. Or
Yes.
flip it. You know what I meant.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Eldan, welcome to the party.
Welcome
It's
to the
grim.
party, pal.
It's grim.
I've never seen a group full of posers so much that say they like a thing, but then just you can tell on their faces and the way they talk about it that they actually hate it.
It's great.
Like we
That's
have
not the way we
developed
handle our
friends.
business.
Yeah, that's not the way we handle our business, especially because Rand repeatedly tells her not to.
Yeah, that's not the equality.
Do you not
we're searching for.
There are
Embracing the
frequently
lack of consent.
moments if we're going to
I think it
talk
was
about
Gadfly that
them
said
because
that-
we love them
Gadfly
and
that said
balanced
talk
world and all
about
that.
not being able to understand the
Moments.
material. She fully doesn't understand what the fuck is going on.
I mean,
It's like,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, babe.
oh, I was just gonna say, yeah, like people have tried to do things to Rand without his consent, and he's weaved them up in air and held them 3 feet off the ground. Like, if he didn't want her doing that, he has ways of making her stop.
right, but it's also the fact that she's doing all that on purpose to try and fucking break down that wall.
Mhm.
Like she's trying to keep him from becoming an unemotional tyrant. She is trying everything she can to soften him up a little bit.
Yep.
where men refuse a woman's sexual advances and it is put upon them anyway.
Yeah.
And that is perceived as funny. And when we're talking about feminism, we're also talking about intersectionality.
Oh, thank God.
Intersectionality.
Thank
Oh my
God.
god.
I don't.
Let's elevate Black trans disabled voices. Oh my
Dude,
god.
I'm pretty sure my brain shut off. I don't know that she's made a single point yet, has she?
No. Eldan, this is the JordanCon Feminism in the Wheel of Time panel. It's wild.
Right? We're talking about making sure that, like, because the patriarchy and toxic masculinity affect.
Bingo.
What?
That's it.
Oh, I missed it. What did I miss? What did I miss?
The patriarchy and toxic masculinity.
Everyone. And one of the ways that affects men, right, is they are taught that like women cannot sexually assault them. And like, let's make no mistake,
No,
what Min was doing
like-
to Rand after he said no was sexual assault of Rand.
Yeah.
Played for laughs.
It's a consent issue.
It was a
I kind of agree with them, like that male sexual assault is totally devalued and ignored
it's-
in society. But
Probably.
I like, come on, if we're gonna talk about an actual assault, well, we're just gonna leave the Matt and Tyleen thing out, like whatever.
Yep. Or
Yes, we
Alana
are.
and Rand.
Alana Force burning Rand, yep, exactly.
Yeah, Alana actually graping Rand. Yes, 100%.
consent issue. And so I think that it's kind of a twofold. One, it's
Wait a
that
second, like,
men, and so
He's
many
just
of
on
them
his
engage
lap.
in.
Like, I
So-
don't. What are we referring to that he did something against Rand's consent? She did something against Rand's consent. Like,
That's-
what action are we actually talking about?
They're saying that her sitting on his lap is problematic from a consent issue because he's told her, no, I'm not interested, even though it was very much sort of in the way of.
It's called sarcasm.
I've got stuff to do right now, and I can't have I can't have you grinding on me as I prepare to die in 6 months.
Yeah, I can relate. It's hard. It's hard.
Mm-hmm.
Problematic behavior, especially toward Rand, but also the idea that like we had this one tomboy representation, right, that we loved, and she was a strong, independent woman, right, and
She still is.
doesn't necessarily have to not need a man, right?
She doesn't need Rand.
I'm married, love my husband, couldn't imagine life without him, but
Sure, you could.
to see her become a lesser version of herself.
Why do they keep saying this? That they're listening for? She's not. She saved, like Danex. She saved the fucking world.
I know. It's like the idea that, maybe when two people come together, they make each other better versions of themselves.
How is it that we like the female characters more than this feminist panel does?
I don't know. I don't know what characters they like.
I know. It's like everything is problematic. Everything is like
Elida.
Oh, actually, I stand corrected. We're going to find out which characters they do like, and it's wild.
Yeah.
Elida and Varen are in there somewhere, aren't they? No?
You're just gonna have to roll with it. You're not gonna believe me if I tell you.
Oh my god.
In order to make him happy is a journey that I know every single person on this panel has experienced because we've talked about it. Not to get too deep, but that feeling.
I want receipts for that.
Hang on. I wanna track this back a second.
Journey that I know every.
Wait, what is the journey that they've all been through? Because
Of trying to change himself to make somebody like them.
But to see her become a lesser version of herself in order to make him happy is a journey that I know every single person on this panel has experienced because we've talked about it. Not to get too deep, but that.
Why did you do that? It's your choice. Stop blaming other people for your choices.
That's not actually. She's not changing. She's changing for herself.
Yes.
Rand never asked her to do anything except be there.
Cad Swing, yeah, that's probably their favorite character. No, that chick with the fez likes Matt.
No, she doesn't. She's a liar. There's no way she likes Matt after all the shit she just said. There's no way.
Yep. Ricasso Jordan, not to get too deep. No worries on that front. Yeah.
Feeling of pressure that if I don't conform to what some man that shows up in my life wants, I will be
You just
less
said
valuable,
she didn't conform.
right?
She created
And so
a whole
I think
different
that
style,
is
and that's her
unfortunately, unintentionally, the message of that arc.
You're contradicting yourself.
No.
How? You're projecting, woman.
Yes.
Stop talking.
She just got done saying she created a fashion trend because she wouldn't conform. She wanted to wear the same clothes, but she just changed them so they were a little bit more stylish. So now she could wear her clothes the way she wants to. How is that conforming?
I have no idea. I literally can't.
Validating that experience. And so while I love Min as a character, and I think her caretaking of Rand is really admirable. I've had people talk to me about how it reminded them of caretaking for a loved one that was very sick, things like that, which, obviously a woman in a caretaking position, complicated, but
no,
how is it complicated?
It's not complicated.
God.
Is a reality for a lot of women. And so I love that
no men
as
take
a
care
representation.
Of their wives, guys.
Nope, never happened.
No men take care of their sick wives. Like my dad didn't do that with my mother.
Or
never.
How about even men taking care of older relatives in general? I mean, Steve, I know you're going
Steve
through
is
that
a
right
great
now.
example of that. Steve is a wonderful caretaker.
All this shit annoys the fuck out of me.
It's terrible.
Men are incapable of fucking running a household.
Men can't do anything unless the woman has to show them that. And the minute the woman starts talking to the man, then she immediately listens herself. I don't know.
Yes, because she's stigmatized.
Single fathers get so much shit, or just ignored. It's crazy. It's and that's fine. I'd rather actually be ignored. My kids are just fine. It's okay.
Leave me alone.
Just leave me alone. Exactly. Let me take care of business. I'll be fine.
Oh, you guys, wait
But
till
I
we get
think,
to the Graendal
she,
part.
for me, is a complicated character. A lot of them are complicated characters.
Yeah. And I mean, I think ultimately stigmatization.
Oh my God.
Drink.
Stigmatization.
I say it because it's catchy, but it really is just women's identity being lost and being subsumed by the male plot or the male wants and needs of their partner. Men in particular hurt because she started out just doing what she wanted. And I've had conversations with men who have told me that she didn't really have a career before, that she didn't know.
This is true.
What she was doing. She was lost in life, and Rand gave her purpose.
This is true.
And
Yeah,
the rage that I
the book,
feel
that's
is it knows no bounds truly because if
What do
she
you mean, yikes? What do you mean? It's
It's something she chooses, and like there is some sort of this pull about like the whole Tiberian thing, and I can't get out of it too.
Well, that too. She feels.
But that's like a
trapped in it,
whole thing with all of the characters and part of the world of like, can we escape from the pattern?
Trip says it right there. Oh no, right. Another person. How terrible is it that my purpose is being with like being together with another person and something greater than myself? Oh my God, terrible.
Dempsey, I don't know, but it would be a compelling audition tape.
Can I ask you guys something? I actually have
Yes.
a question. If Rand, if we were talking about men, only it was Elaine that was her significant other in this aspect, would we be having this conversation?
Fuck no. They'd be talking about how it's the best power couple of all time.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's complete. It's because it's dictocracy or dick-emojiing or whatever the fuck. Dickatizing or dick emotion. Like whatever.
Ellen did the blue dolphins.
Fucking bitch. Oh, sorry.
To be in the stables with the horses, that was a choice.
Mhm.
That was what she wanted. And then to suggest that her
Lady,
her real-
I think you're marginalizing marginalized populations. She was maybe an orphan raised by aunts, which could either mean lesbians or like she was raised by prostitutes. So like, yeah, I don't know.
She loved living in the muck, right?
Was it really her choice to be working there like that? I don't know.
You know,
I don't know.
People really do prefer living in horse mud with shit rather than living in mansions with nice clothes. Just saying. I'm just,
She had a bunch of like low minimum wage service jobs basically, and she's just like, I don't really want to work and I hate this job, so she kept quitting them. We were just looking it up. It's like she worked in a dye shop, she worked in a weaver shop, she worked in a
she was
like,
aimless. She was
Yeah.
aimless. She was completely aimless.
Yes.
Yeah.
purpose was to serve a man, and that gave her life direction, even though it wasn't a conscious choice. Is something that does stick with me.
You
I'm
put
hoping
the word "serve a man" in there. Nobody because you're so just like nobody. No, serve a man. No. She's trying to help save the world. She's doing her part.
Yep.
She just happens to fall in love with the savior of the world. So oh well.
Yeah, right. As if a single woman on this panel wouldn't lose her shit if a 6'6" high status man wasn't nice to him and willing to pound him.
I know, it kind of reminds me of I was reading Shogun and I was reading the part about like Blackthorn is escaping out of Osaka with Mariko, and it's like he gives her 3 compliments and she's like her panties are like wet, dripping, and it's hilarious. The book is so funny. Like there's a lot of funny things in it. But anyway.
A lot more people are recognizing that loss in these characters that we've talked about, Suan, Morgaze.
But touching, can I say one really positive thing though? I actually have something to go first, then I go. Yes. Okay. So because this discussion made me think about whether we had a reverse situation with men, and I was thinking about Beldomen and Eggy.
This
part is crazy. I
wild.
forgot about this. Oh my god.
I'm still having trouble understanding what the fuck she's saying, but okay. She said Bill Doman and Eganin. Is that what we're getting into? Okay.
I love them so much.
They're great.
Steve, would it be accurate to describe Bail Doman as Egyanin's quite literal slave?
Bitch, yes.
For the last, 10 books in the series?
Yes. No, quite literally, yes.
Do you think it's a similar situation for the two of them, or is it a bit more balanced?
So Camille is like doesn't want to be here. It seems like because she's like I don't agree with because they're about to say no. It's totally different, right?
I
get you. Because Baileyman does give up a lot for Agani.
Yeah, but she's also lost everything.
I think she's
How? Like, I don't
she's
know.
quite literally promoted to high captain. Like she's one of the highest ranking people in the Shanshan Empire.
I think it's funny. I think they're one of the better balanced relationships.
Hoes do be crazy sometimes.
The irony.
The irony.
She's talking. The irony. I can't believe I said that, but the irony.
Okay, so somebody needs to watch Mike Johnson's face here, because does she crack a little? Because you have to crack.
I'll watch it. I'm like a hawk
In this series, and they're both sort of, they're not part of the main cast. They're not part of the main character sort of core group. But especially Egenin, she has an incredible arc. It's so cool to see her go from, and it's
to go from what? To go
like
from
that
what? Are you going
Guess
to say
I'll die meme guy?
To go from literal slaver?
Hold on, I'm hanging off every word.
These are so toxic.
It's kind of heartbreaking to see her go through, the loss of her culture and realize
her culture of vile slavery.
Thing like,
complete deconstruction.
Yes, that is a difficult thing to do. And
we the bad guys?
Yeah, exactly. And as someone who's come from a very conservative religious background, I can attest to the fact that deconstructing that is difficult and sometimes feels impossible. But she did it.
Yeah, and I think I don't think it's
literally has
because Bail
slaves.
Gentleman isn't giving up everything for her. They're kind of giving.
Yes, he did. He quite literally gave up everything for her.
He was a commodore. He had 50 ships and crew, and he becomes a slave.
He was his own boss.
These are like the people that will unironically call for slavery reparations, but then be like really excited for Hillary Clinton and a role in stuff that's happening in Libya.
Yep.
Because yes, Slay Queen.
Yes. Mask. Way the hell off.
It's like they don't even realize what they're fucking saying. It's not an equivalent. It's like, okay. Yeah, we're upset at Rand because Rand likes the way men's dresses look with the curves, and but Bale being a slave is okay.
Yes, his aged grandmother died, and he couldn't be there for her because he was a slave. Oh,
Up everything for each other and really building this new journey together as equals, and it's a beautiful.
They haven't read the books, have they?
Not well.
Beautiful relationship to watch as they take on the world together, as they both
take on the world together.
It is a very it's a very balanced relationship, and they lean on each other and they support each other. It's one of my favorites, as you mentioned.
Yeah, it's an excellent example of somebody supporting their partner and not making it all about themselves, because Bill Dolman doesn't make it about him. It doesn't.
Oh yeah,
Dude, they don't understand that they're talking about a slave and a slave owner relationship right now.
They do not. They're just throwing out cliches of. They could be talking about an episode of Bridgerton for all they're using specifics and whatnot.
Like, it's crazy. Like, he's literally like he gave up everything. Like, I don't.
LPK, no. Unfortunately, they do not talk about Andrel and Pavara because the one on the far right hasn't finished the series and they don't want to spoil it for her. I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
He doesn't make it about what he's changing, what he's losing, whatever. He's like ride or die for his girlfriend, man. He's like, I am here for you, and I know that you're going through some shit, and like I'm going to take care of you.
We got this.
We got this.
Exactly.
And, like that's exactly what it should be.
That's
like.
not what Min does with Rand at
I
all.
also,
or, you know,
when we were
Nynaeve
talking
with
about
Lan,
Min and the makeover plot line, there's a different glow up plot line that I
girl.
really want to point to because I freaking love everything so far. Great, so far that they're doing with Lyanna. Because to me, that is that is what I'm looking for. If we're gonna do a makeover plot line, she's doing that for her.
So she's like
She
learning
is
to
having
like
a
unleash her
full
inner hoe
sexual
again.
Are we
liberation
talking about
for her.
like Suan Sanche, Liana?
Yes.
Yeah.
Super hoe?
Yeah.
Yes.
Super. I'm changing Ajas because I want to fuck.
Yes.
Liana? Okay. Just making sure. Just making sure. No, I doubt they're going to talk about Alana forced bonding Rand. Of course not.
Yeah, no,
And that we love for her because
She is
that
rediscovering
her, choice.
her
Yes.
roots.
Yes, that is her coming
Who
back to her
cares?
culture that was probably stripped away from her quite a bit
Absolutely.
as she's entering the
Stripped
tower.
away
And
from her?
there's
What are
a
you
whole
talking
other
about? She made
conversation
a
to be had
choice.
about that and the problems
Yeah,
with
good
that.
point.
She joined the White
That is a
Tower.
Robert Jordan problem. That is a tower institution.
100%.
Yeah, I'm not blaming Robert Jordan for that one. That's a tower problem. But I feel, and there's many. I'm going to do a whole panel on how the tower makes no sense from an organizational perspective.
It's because it's run by women. Spoiler alert.
I was going to say the White Tower makes an unfathomable amount of sense when you understand what's going on with it.
Oh, Jesus Christ. This is crazy.
I feel like for me, Lyanna's plotline is like that.
Who cares about
perfection.
Lyanna's
She's
plotline?
found her own purpose and what she wants to do, and she serves.
Ooh, Dana Luhu. What just said about Doman applies to men.
Yeah, duh.
Dissent will. That's dissent.
Big Egwene, she's rebranding herself.
Yeah,
she has
and
complete autonomy over her own sexuality and her own choices.
Yes, and
I
I
love
love
that for her
that so much because I'm like, this is what the journey I would have wanted. If Min wants to discover like a different side of her femininity, amazing. We love that. Like there's nothing wrong with like gender expression across the board,
in the
right?
picture, it's different.
It's why. The why is always really important.
She's
so
doing
yeah,
it to
I feel
fuck
like
guys.
when we're looking
Like, I
at
don't
a
understand,
blow up
because-
autonomy,
Wait a second.
Lyanna.
So it's okay for
That's so
Leanne because
funny.
she wants to just hook up with random dudes, but because Min has a guy that she has in mind is not okay.
Yes.
Don't. You're on the wrong tab. Sorry. We almost had like
God.
I like to close the thing. But yeah, that's such a dumb thing. It's like when it comes to sexual expression, like kind of anything is valid or something. So it's like what, like
Good point, Dane.
I don't know.
What happens to Leanne in the series? I don't know. I don't care. I don't remember. It doesn't matter. Exactly. It's exactly right.
Yeah,
Yeah, a liberal
this-
autist, they're saying it. Yep, exactly. It's like you can do it for a man, that's awful, but just to be a hoe, that's fine.
Yes, Forsaken giving 5 feminists a stage, and then they show why the White Tower makes perfect sense, all while saying it doesn't.
Is perfection.
Oh yeah.
So far.
Perfection.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
Don't worry.
Sometimes things
There's
happen,
no
but-
more. So
but
because
so far,
nobody gives a shit
can we
about
also
Leanne.
talk about the thing that I always come back to a little bit? Why does Lady Gandalf need a bodyguard?
I was about to jump on.
What the fuck?
Lady Gandalf, like
fuck
she
is
has
Lady
a
Gandalf?
name.
Why does Moraine need a warder?
Because she can't stop arrows.
Because she can't physically threaten people.
Because she can't sword fight.
She's like 4'11". Come on, she's not physically intimidating.
Like, why doesn't she need a bodyguard? Maybe companionship. Maybe a friend. Maybe having somebody that she knows has his back. A companion that she can tell anything. A protector for when to watch her back when nobody else can. Is that enough reasons?
Hey, last time. Good to see you.
Like, what the fuck?
Because she can't use the one power as a weapon.
That's a good one, yeah.
So that, yeah.
I mean, because everyone needs a man, right?
Oh,
right?
Right,
Even
that's
though
why
powerful
Bridget
women
does.
need a man companion. I mean, and there's always, it feels like there's a lot of like, and this is maybe his attempt at the balance thing. Let's like be fair about that for a second. That's maybe his attempt at the balance thing, wanting to have male and female counterparts.
Right.
But then when we're always told that it's a matriarchy, I think that's where my eye twitch comes from. So, and the TMJ.
Just so much teeth.
Shout out. Shout out to my off guards. Anyway, but I think for me, it's like there's always this like male counterpart that's present that.
What about
Bridget? Turn and
like
lean on
the
that
women's
is
circle
absent.
needs the men's square, as I call it, but it's the village council. But I call it the men's square. Like, I the panarch needs the king.
Morgaze needs Tom, and then needs Gareth Bryn.
Yeah, it's always.
It's called balance, you absolute fucking midwit.
Dude, the amount of eye rolls coming out of this bitch in the center, like, I fucking can't stand it anymore. Like,
she may be the most vile of all of them.
God
And that's-
forbid wanting companionship.
Or like I don't know, you're picking up a book and it's got that like yin yang symbol on it, and one represents males and one represents females. I don't know, maybe
Well,
it's about gender balance. Jeez.
It's literally just he has penis, him bad. Like it's like all the nuance between Morgaze's and Tom's relationship and all the things that come from it. Right, her driving him away, like all the shit that, like, no, don't worry about all the story stuff that goes along with that relationship. He have dick. He bad guy.
Yes.
Like Gareth Bryn is the hello general to her army. Like, I don't like. What's the problem?
This is a wild statement. Like, talk about missing the fucking point.
Kind of like even when we see these women in power, and that's not to say they can't need people,
of course not.
And that's not to say that men can't be a part of their plots.
Well, you're saying that,
but it's interesting to me that as we get so many different representations of women, right? Which shout out again to Robert Jordan, his POV writing is unparalleled. It's like annoyingly good as another writer. But also, the fact that he included so many women and so many different kinds of women. But I think the thing that always kind of I come back to that I think was a little bit is always a little bit off to me is, that fact that there is a man always needing to be present. Whereas I don't see a lot of time, Perrin is an exception.
Yes.
But then we'll get into some weaponized incompetence.
Wait,
Weaponized incompetence, like this panel.
wait, who did she say except for Perrin?
Yes. Steve, I actually don't know what this one is about. Generally,
why there's always a man present and all the White Tower bullshit going on? Like, I don't think so. Like, I can always say there's always a woman present and all the man things happening. Like, right? It's like I don't understand what you're saying. Like,
it's nonsense.
It's like the Black Tower had to bond all those Aes Sedai just so there were women present. It's like, what are you talking about?
Hey, Jack.
Stop there. But I think I don't see that as much with
Rodella Giralda so far. But, as an example,
He has a wife.
You haven't. You're in
Fiery.
knife. What do you mean? You have no fucking scenes with him yet. She's in KOD. There's like what? Why would you pick? Whatever. Sorry. Of all the names that picked out, why did you pick him out? I don't understand.
Where is she? We don't know.
We don't know.
But yeah, and then with Perrin, but I love Fail's parents' relationship, other than the interpretation that Fail has about what works about their relationship. But in my opinion, is probably wrong in her brain, because
she is 16. She's an idiot.
Of Morticia and Gomez Adams, I love a man who unapologetically adores his wife, and I love a woman who will just break a chair over somebody's head if they're trying.
I found that to be just another mask off moment. I like a man who simps for his wife and a badass wife. That's obviously the correct power dynamic in a relationship, right?
Right. I also like psycho women who will beat people for no fucking reason. Oh, okay.
Yes, all while operating under the societal norm that if they hit somebody and somebody hits them back, the person who hits them back is the bad guy. But
Laurent, they called Fail an idiot, I think, because she's 16 or something.
Yes, but Perrin is utilizing weaponized incompetence.
I guess.
Trying to stab her. Amazing, no notes. but Fail, I think, missed the understanding of what makes that relationship work. And I think, unfortunately, the Battle of the Two Rivers, all that stuff that she did for him, and all that stuff with the women's circle coming to the rescue, that was all a big fuck yeah moment for me.
Oh, yeah.
But the conclusion of that, and Perrin needed to backslide a bit with his character development because he realized he had more books. So I understand that, and I'll be fair about that.
What?
What?
What the fuck is she talking about?
Please stop talking, woman.
I have no idea what she's talking about. Forsaken, yes. We are seeing in real time these women work through the trauma of reading a great story that showed men and women working together as equals. Outstanding.
I can't wait to see her finish this bullshit thought. So the Battle of Two Rivers was great. The women saved the day, but Perrin's now backsliding. What? Okay.
What about all those people from Devon Ride?
Yeah, there's a lot of people that contributed.
Well, I'm not sure what the fuck she's talking. I'm curious what the fuck she's gonna say here.
But Fail ends up having to really take over all of his responsibilities over the Two Rivers because he doesn't want to accept them.
I strongly disagree. What I've noticed in there is that like Perrin wants to do things that are more community organized. They're smarter. They're centric, and I've noticed that Fail is the one that comes in and says, you can't do this because of the queen, you can't raise your banners because of the queen, and she's very controlling. She's like the government or something.
She wants to do it her way, not his way.
and she has that whole domineering thing. I think Fail is an absolutely horrible person. She's very abusive and manipulative, but that's realistic. There are people like that. So,
and I guess if we're accusing Perrin of not being a good leader in Shadow Rising, I feel like we need to understand that he had a fucking arrow in his side for 2/3 of the events. Wow. Yeah. Eldan, you are 100% correct. Every writer thinks exactly like the blonde dumbass.
And kind of does that job poorly, so she has to step forward. And I'm like, that is weaponized incompetence 101.
Yeah.
Hey, Steve, remember when Perrin rallied the Two Rivers to fight off the The Trollocs and the Whitecloaks.
Yeah, the unwinnable battle that they won. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Weaponized incompetence, Steve.
Yeah. 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 You know, Rose, you know, how he single-handedly rose a dead nation.
Yep.
And yeah.
Oh, Lordy.
Yeah. What an
I
idiot.
weep from an Etherin so hard right now.
Yeah, Dane's cut. Yeah, Fael tries to implement the ways of fucking the Borderlands. Perrin doesn't want to do that, so she tries to take over.
She's very much the monarchical like establishment,
And it's like, you know,
agree.
So it's like, yeah, so she's just a pushy bitch. So,
And so I love Perrin. I love.
Do we?
I do.
don't.
I do.
They don't like
Most of
anybody,
the time,
do we?
I do, but we do have multiple slander hours about Perrin. This being one of them. That
Why?
leaves
Because he's
Fael
too
kind
in
of
love with
the
his
lurch
wife.
there.
Like, I don't understand. Like, how do you win as a guy in this? Like, Perrin literally is another giant simp for his wife.
Yeah,
Lets her get away
I
with
hate-
anything.
Yes.
Yeah. Perrin
Literally
is, like,
kills hundreds of thousands of people to get her back from captivity. What do you have to do as a guy to be good to these people?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. John.
Be a
Thomas-
woman, but
yeah, I guess. Yeah.
And having her take over all of those responsibilities.
Yeah,
was uncomfy for
Yeah, and it's sort of like he is able to so
like, that's also the
confidently
thing. She is
ditch
fully.
it all because he knows that she's going to pick up the slack.
She
And it
wants
isn't,
to.
Like, he's not.
That's what she likes.
Mm-hmm.
She likes being in. She likes that. Like, again, it's like the same. It's the Min argument. She likes the clothes. She changes the clothes to how she likes it. Fael likes being pushy. She likes being in charge of things. She likes being seen as fucking a queen. She enjoys this shit. So she takes it on. And Perrin doesn't enjoy this shit. So he takes the more practical matters, like, oh, I don't know, fighting, winning wars, fighting battles, logistics of the army.
Yep.
Oh my God!
Like
It's
a
almost
freaking
like
adult
they're
and being
king
like,
and queen
okay,
of a place.
I don't want to do this. I don't want this responsibility, but the responsibility is mine, and so I
No,
have
it's
to
theirs.
take it.
They're married.
He's like,
Extremely well
she's
said.
a queen. She has responsibilities as well.
Mm-hmm.
no, I'm going to be a big fucking baby, and somebody else can do it.
Fuck
and
you.
My wife can do it, and
Fuck
you know.
you.
I'm gonna
Well, how about
stab him in
Fael
the
goes
why
and
would
face.
he? Why would
the
he
wars
ask
and
her and have a
doesn't get
rational?
captured?
Well, yeah, why would they have a
between
rational
equals
conversation
when
about
he
it?
I don't know,
can
because
just-
Fael is
conversations
irrational.
in my real time.
I love how Perrin is getting killed for not communicating when Fael is the most manipulative.
Fael is literally the irrational one, and Perrin's getting shit on because of it.
I love this comment from their chat. I love the message that I think RJ attempted to write of men and women and everyone in between working together is far more powerful than separation and conflict. But I think it got lost in the shuffle. Is that him saying that he thinks that the message got lost in the shuffle of the books, or that the panel lost that message somehow?
I don't know. I think he's saying in the books.
Oh, never mind. Fuck that guy.
So
I don't know how much more clear this could have been.
Yeah, I think he's saying it got lost in the books, which is incorrect. But you know, it would be great if he was talking about the panel, since they don't fucking understand the books at all. So
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
That's not what we do here.
Good communication. Somebody said this on a panel
How
the other
much
day.
more of
Good
this is there?
communication.
Look at everybody
means
looking at their
nothing good
phones.
happens. Like nothing
Right,
interesting
we're halfway
happens.
done.
It kills writing.
halfway.
I will say,
Yep.
Jesus, age Christ Almighty! What else do they? Jesus.
You gotta wait till they start simping for Graendal.
Yep.
Oh,
Trip.
God.
This one's for you. We really wanted to show you what the title means when you make yourself, or you say you're one of those. You're rubbing elbows with these people.
say, here's the thing. I have a novelist friend, Bree, and I was talking to her about writing not that long ago and how stressful it is because, what you
Nobody
write
buys
inevitably
your
becomes
stories, so
time
you're poor
capsule
and
of
eating
where
ramen.
you are at the time that
Oh,
you
sorry.
write and where culture is at the time that you write because you're only in, art informs culture, culture informs art.
Yeah.
And where society is. And I live in fear of ever hurting anyone's feelings or
No, you
ever
don't.
like.
How do you survive?
I actually believe her to an extent, but like it's not in a healthy way.
Yeah, it's pathological for sure. I had a friend actually, one of my screenwriting classes. She was kind of on a sabbatical. She went to Harvard. And it was like, she was always like trying to write like inclusivity in the crap she wrote. And she was she was so afraid of offending these kind of people that she like tried to force herself to be bisexual when she wasn't. And some of the stories she told me was just insane. It's like, why would you do that? Yeah. I know, like the Marxists read like Mises or something.
Writing something that's harmful. And so we were talking about that and the feelings about that. And she said to me, may we build the world in which our work ages poorly. And I think what's interesting to me when we talk about Robert Jordan is I think that he partially did that and is why we're able to have this discussion, not in 2000, but in 2024. The world has learned a lot in part because of writers like Robert Jordan who were experimenting and pushing things forward. So
Sweetheart, I don't know if you need to hear this, but I'm going to tell you this right now. No one is ever going to read your fucking work, okay? You will never be as popular or successful as Robert Jordan. I don't know who needs to hear this, but you need to. Like, God, shut up.
Are you looking at the chat comment? I thought
Yes.
I'm not. Yeah, what a fucking moron.
Yes, also categorically false. That scene is written
Incorrect.
from the perspective of like 12 different people. It's downright manic trying to listen to it.
Incorrect. And then later you get to hear her recap it later in another book of her experience dealing with it. So
Yep.
Wrong again.
Yeah, I have never liked Robert Jordan less than after hearing her talk about this. My God.
It's insane.
I do want to give that credit not just to Robert Jordan, but also all the female writers and people of color who were doing that work. As
Fuck all the guys.
Right.
Yeah.
God, oh my God, I'm so sick of it.
Oh my God.
And that is why I go in the fantasy section. I can't find any like hard science fiction. I can't find any like actual fantasy. It's like every single book I pick up is this like romantic fantasy Tumblr tropes, like strong female character, doesn't rely on anyone, is perfect, like can't act nothing, like oh my God, it's so bad. I hate it. Anyway.
Yeah. Eldan, have fun with your toxic patriarchal activity.
Yes, please. I hope you guys win.
Stole that unapologetically from Trip.
as well at that time, but maybe had more trouble being recognized in the same way.
The 90s, am I right?
The 90s, am I right? What a time! We all
What
lived
was
through
it?
it,
Octavia Butler?
No, you didn't. You sat in the
Glasses.
corner.
Get off my lawn.
Dude, there is
Oh my God,
nobody
the
at this
children.
panel. You can hear
But
from
so
the
yeah,
crowd,
I
right?
think
You can hear nobody.
I do
like,
see
there's
what he
nobody
would.
there.
Yeah. Articus, man, if this does not motivate you to get in shape so that you are not left with this chaff, nothing will. Brutal.
I gotta think it's kind of funny that for all of these people who are like, yes, Slay Queen, like strong women character, they're the ones writing like great fantasy, like fan fiction.
Yep. Woof.
Is attempting to build, and I think what a blessing that we're able to build on those people, and what a fun ability to look back and go, I I think it is a tragedy in a way that he is not able to right now. So, because I do think he was a very thoughtful person.
I think so.
And his choices were very thoughtful. I would have loved to see in response to how things have shifted and how much we've learned in
You don't know, like
20 years.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
What have you learned other than critical Marxist theory? It's like everything you want to do is just shove into this like Marxist dialectical where there's one group against another one, and then you throw in intersectionality and like race shit, and it's like nobody wants to hear this anymore. It's so old.
Nothing would change. He'd write exactly the same. He doesn't want any of that sexy time bullshit in there. He doesn't want sex perforating it. Like, what do you mean? Like, obviously you guys haven't listened to anything that the man actually had to say. You're just like inputting whatever fucking shit is in your stupid headcanon.
I'm absolutely loving the implication that the hardcore church-going man Vietnam War vet would somehow be woke as fuck. Dude, Robert Jordan, I'm convinced Robert Jordan in 2024, after having been exposed to a decade of woke bullshit, would write like John Ringo. Like, this would be wild.
He'd write some more Conan Barbarian fiction because he knows that's what women want to read.
Yeah, fucking bitches and tearing off heads. Fuck yeah, Conan. Boom.
Since then, I can't do math right now.
Pretty
It's
close
the
to
third
20.
day
You never
since I've
could.
gone. But you know, however many years it's been, I do wish that we could see what he would do now with the information that we know now and the discussions. we've all
What do
had.
we
But
know
that's
now?
what it gets to be able to look back and
It would be exactly the same.
in a loving way, because we all love these books. I talk about these
No,
books
you
for
don't.
500 hours. We
You
love
don't
these
love
books.
them.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Liars.
So I think it's actually a good transition to something I wanted to ask you all. We've talked a lot about the thing we have issue with. I do want to remember the things that we really like about feminism in the wheel of time. So if you could all find something that you
We can
really
find
like.
more than something.
Yeah, but I want everyone to get
Yeah.
to say there's something that they really enjoy. Who wants to get this?
Well, I think one of my favorite notes that Allie made on this was men did original sin. Thank you, Robert, for curing my religious trauma with this one.
Wait, what? What? Wait,
All right,
who was the
I'm-
person that said, "Hey, I found a new power that like men and women can use"?
I'm also a deconstruction girly, you know?
Yeah, I don't really have a lot to add from that. My brain is not.
I mean,
Like this same
what else? What else is
untidying,
this?
like,
The
exists
handle
because,
delusions of.
like, right? The taint exists because men try to fix what the women started, right? Right.
Graendal.
Well, my thing has always been Robert Jordan always respected the difference between men and women.
Yes.
And the Dark One only got out, the Devil only escaped because somebody tried to gray the lines between men and women. They tried to find a way to avoid the inevitability and the unavoidability of men and women being different.
Yeah.
And you'll see coming up how this plays out.
Comes from a place of great respect and love. I think the way that Robert wrote female villains was second to none. Our girls are the most
Our
effective
girls.
out there on the playing field.
Our girls are the most
Our
effective.
girls. So let's see here. Mo Gideon did great. Lanfear did great. So 0 for 2. Semi got immediately captured because she was arrogant. So that's 3.
Graendal.
Masama is busy getting ran
did
around by Shadowharan. So she's doing great. So Graendal is out there sort of doing her own thing, but just being a coward. So yeah, they're getting it done.
Hang on, did I miss the original sin line?
Not.
I mean,
Yeah.
what else? What I'll say is this:
They just said it.
the handled delusions of Graendal comes from a place of great respect and love. I think the way that Robert
that's who
wrote
that bitch
female
is.
villains.
Okay,
It's
so
back.
men did original sin. No, false. That's not true. The original sin was the original sin was the women Aes Sedai not going with the male
men.
Aes Sedai.
Yes. Yes, literally it can be argued that they caused the whole problem, but you know, not don't know for a fact that would have, but probably would have helped if you could have. I mean, it actually says at the beginning. I think it's the beginning of Gathering Storm. Lewis Theron's ranting about how the women abandoned the men and they couldn't form circles large enough to seal them away properly.
Yeah,
and it was Aes Sedai's fault.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah, no, the original sin was women. But yeah, the other point is when it comes to the drilling of the bore, it was Lanfear and Bieramon, both trying to escape the problematic aspects of the gender binary that caused the Dark One to escape in the first place. So, no.
Was second to none. Our girls are the most effective out there on the playing field.
She's so full of shit.
Plans on plans that Graendal
Citation
has.
needed.
She cannot be outsmarted. She cannot be outwitted. I'm not going to talk about what happens later in this series, but trust me, I have thoughts on a fourth age. She is someone who has complete control. She weaponizes her body against people because of assumptions. She is a walking definition of a subversion of power, and I love it. She
What is
wants
she
to be
fucking
underestimated.
talking about?
She wants people.
Fuck.
What is
Like,
she
this
talking about?
woman is crazy. Like, it's so great. It's such a subversion. She is somebody who is completely ruled by pleasures of the flesh. She enslaves people. She grapes people. She hurts people sexually. And she is the one person you think is fucking amazing. Please.
Yeah.
Just go away.
Dane, can you weigh in on this Venus comment here? I didn't think the true power was necessary to.
No,
to
there's no evidence that it would have tainted Sidar as well. It's up in the air. Like, it could have gone either way. Like, it could have, but there's no, as far as I know, there's no evidence that, like, it basically is just, you know, it could have worked or it could have tainted both or maybe neither. Like there's, I don't think there's anything that definitively
the women were
says.
saying if we go there, then they could, and they fuck up, then both sides of it could be tainted.
No,
they didn't know
the
the
concern
taint.
about taint. Nobody knew about taint.
right?
It was all.
Yeah, the taint was a last minute counterstroke, you know, which happened because they didn't seal the prison right because they didn't have enough juice to do it correctly. So, but it's you know, it's left ambiguous to whether, you know, it would have worked. Like, certain people think they would have been able to seal the Dark One correctly, and nothing would have happened. There's also the other side of the coin that, well, it still wouldn't have worked, and both sides might have been tainted if they both went. So, like, there's two arguments. Like, basically, the Aes Sedai would say, well, if we went, Sidar would be tainted too, so it's a good thing we didn't go. The male half would be, well, it's your fault that Sideen's tainted because you didn't go, right? And I don't think it's ever definitively said, like, if they went, it would have been tainted. I don't think.
I firmly maintain, if based on nothing else than the gender complementarian themes of the book, if men and women work together, and numerous comments based on comments like the greatest miracles from the age of legends were caused by men and women working together, that it would have worked. But
well, so I'm definitely on team. If they went, they would have been able to form circle around circle around circle around circle, and properly would have been able to put the Dark One in his prison, and nothing would have happened. But there's nothing that definitively says that that's the case. I believe that, but there is the other side of the coin that people believe that if the women went, Sidar would have been tainted as well. But I believe that it would have been sealed properly if they went.
Okay.
I guess it's up to whichever, you have to make your decision for yourself because there's nothing that says one way or the other.
Yeah.
Yep. And
I'll be right back real quick.
Cool. Stablebo is making some great comments. Demandra gets a whole continent on his side. The Shanshan exist because of Ishii. And the White Tower is just a fucking mess because of Ishii, pretty much throughout its entire history. How stupid are these fools? The Aes Sedai get. Yep. Robin nearly kills Rand. Yeah. Yeah. Trip says she uses her sexuality as a weapon, and this is something they approve of.
Mm-hmm.
Kaliadar nails it. Freak.
I know. This is like the weirdest and creepiest kind of thing. Like, it's like a litmus test. Like, tell me what you think of this character, and then it just shows you so much about these people.
Dempsey, to answer your question, yes, there is a link between the outspoken distaste for religion and their backing of obviously morally slanted characters. Yes.
Yeah.
So if you reject religion, something inevitably ends up filling its place. And for many, it's
Marxism,
collectivist, communist, Marxist shit, which leads to a warped viewing of the world, which leads to you liking villains, essentially.
Or just the whole moral relativism where there is no good and evil and everyone's a shade of gray. And that's just not reality.
Yeah, I'm with the liberal autist here. Double taint as Aes Sedai cope.
Oh my gosh, you guys are so funny.
Venus, again, I understand the idea of the weld, but if you have balance, would you have needed a weld, or was it because you were out of line with Rand and Nynaeve not being particularly balanced when they did it? I guess it's and Stablebone makes the other compelling point. The seal would have been way stronger at the very least. So maybe you put it off for 12,000 years instead of 3,000 years, which again I think goes back to kind of the argument.
Yeah, everyone's saying that they're like children, and yeah, it's like the Jordan Peterson quote, like these people are angry at God for the crime of existing.
Gadfly makes another good point. During the cleansing, the two powers were able to separate the taint from Sidene. Could have sealed properly. Again, we're talking about metaphysics that I don't think there, as Steve has said, I don't think there is a good answer for.
What happened? I'm sorry. What did I miss?
Just talking more about the sealing of the Dark One away.
Oh yeah. I don't know that was ever definitively said, but
yeah.
Believe what you believe.
Yep.
To dismiss her, and she takes everyone's assumptions, misogynistic assumptions, and flips it on its head, and she becomes someone to be reckoned with in a real way. Semirog just unapologetically being the scariest person in the series. We have that for her. She is terrifying. We only get one real clip to where Allie is of that moment. I think it's in Lord of Chaos where she's torturing the warder and the Aes Sedai. It's incredible. It is incredible to just Jim gave women this absolute power and dominion that we don't see to where Allie is. We don't see with Ravine. We hear about the compulsion being wielded as a hammer. We hear about the sexual trauma, but we don't actually see what he does. When he comes on, when we come onto the scene, he's already there in the back burner. We see Semirog completely in control, and it's beautiful. Mageddon, I'm coming around. Slowly but surely. Slowly but surely.
Goth girl.
Is Samara completely in control when she gets
Why is it
fucking
okay?
captured?
Like she
in-
say, like any god, like the worst thing any human could do is like it's fine because a woman is doing it. Like, how is that empowering? A woman is doing something that is abjectly empowering. How does that like
Well,
empower her?
Samara had a big
does that make
oopsie doopsie too. So like
Yeah,
I don't like. Why are we celebrating Samara?
you're
Like,
celebrating a female rapist. You're celebrating somebody who tortures people and it did all sorts of horrible medical experiments. It's like what's and her justification is awesome when a woman does it.
well, like Graendal,
You
like
know.
all that shit she was talking about about Graendal, it's like you're making most of that shit up. Like,
yes,
like no, none of that happened. She likes sitting in her out of the way palaces, compulsing beautiful people to have sex with her. Like that's what Graendal does, and she's like always behind somebody else because she's too much of a coward.
Yes.
To
I
take
mean, I
action
read
on her own.
Mageddon through the lens of incompetence, and I should do better. I should do better. Lanfear, it took years. It took the show. I'm coming around because
She
she's
literally
so
put the
The
man's
show?
Yes.
skin off.
She's so easy
It
to
is.
dismiss as the crazy ex-girlfriend, and that's something
Correct.
Because
I
she
hate when I
is.
read her. So I rebelled against Lanfear because so many men were like, she's amazing. And I'm like, oh my gosh. I cannot handle this level of fervor that Lanfear and Min get from like a certain demographic.
She's what? Because Lanfear's like uber
She
hot.
is.
Like I don't understand.
She's a crazy
She's crazy. But
Yes.
she's uber hot, so she's uber hot crazy.
like the
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Like you're so
because it
she's
is-
jealous
it
of men
felt-
and Lanfear. Is that what's happening here? Because
That appears to be the case. Yes.
Because men like that Min is ride or die for her man, and that Lanfear is crazy hot. Is
Mhm.
that what we're doing? Okay. Okay.
Yes. She hates men, and if men like stuff, she hates it.
Yeah, there you go.
Bags, good to see a certain demographic. Yes.
Like the discourse was all about their thoughts on men, and Lanfear is so much more than that. And I am coming to appreciate.
She's literally everything. Every motivation is like
Louis Theron.
it's Luz Theron. It's like
Yeah.
she wants to get this guy because she's obsessed with power, and it's like if she can control the dragon, that is the ultimate power. As much power as she could get in this life. So it's like I find her frankly pretty boring because she's predictable.
Yeah.
Like, she is entirely motivated by her obsession with Luz Theron. So even her helping Rand was to me, like when I first read it, I'm like, okay, I kind of can see that happening.
Yep.
Because that's just how she is in her head. Like, it's not empowering. It's sort of like the end result of maniacal obsession with stuff. It's like Dean said, it was like every one of these is like practically one of the 7 deadly sins. And it's like, here you guys are celebrating this stuff. You guys are lost.
That like whatever that was, rant or whatever about Graendal was like you're
Is it
red.
so gross?
I don't like where the hell are you getting all this from either? Graendal is very simple. She likes fucking.
She's a hedonist. Like everything that she does is geared towards
she likes controlling people
Clever.
and composing them into screwing her. That's what she likes. Like
yeah. And it's like they're talking about consent and they want to tell about like her entire groups of people that she had just being compulsed for no reason. Remember, you know what that, like, how could she say that knowing about that little kid that like Nynaeve tried to heal that they got from Graendal's palace? Do you remember that?
Mhm.
And how it's like she healed this person, but this person's mind was so gone there was like nothing that they could do. God,
Yeah.
people are sick. I'm sorry.
that it has taken over 2 decades of work to get to that reading. Masana as well. Like I know we've got a Masana stan, and I know that people think that her reason for turning to the shadow is one of the funniest, which is that she didn't get tenure. Yeah. I love that.
Relatable. Which,
honestly, next to Asmodean, that is my favorite reason for going to the shadow. And like
I think
Graendal
that's hilarious. Like just coming from these people who are these like insane professors that are enshrined for life because they have tenure and they can literally commit crimes and they don't get fired because it goes with the ideology. Yeah, that's.
Yes, SB 129. The audio is
The audio is so bad.
brutal.
I'm sorry. I was gonna try to fix it before we did this, but it's sort of a last minute thing.
Like, and I also love that women turn to the shadow, turn to power because they're like, the world sucks. Whereas all the men's reasons, except Asmodean, are about Rand.
They're not about Rand.
What? Excuse me?
It's not about the world sucking. It's because they have like personal insufficiencies that they feel like they need to get. Like they need to
what are you
fulfill.
talking about? It's so Ishmael wants power. Demandred is wants to be stronger than Lewis Theron. Fine. Agnor wants to make fucking creatures.
Agnor got put in jail for crimes against science and humanity.
Yeah, Botham just wants to
wants to grape.
Yeah. What is she like?
Or no, Balthamore wanted to be immortal.
Balthamore wanted to be immortal.
The greatest musician of all time. I'm actually trying to think. What is the ratio? Because Lanfear is. You could easily make the argument is motivated by Luz Theron.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100% she is.
And power, just power over everything. That's because that's what Luz Theron said.
I mean, Samael
was motivated by Luz Theron. Samael, Demandred, and
doesn't it Issue?
No, Ishi's
a nihilist.
Yeah, he's a nihilist professor.
So is it 2 of 7?
2 of 7. I would say 2 of 7. Then you got Lanfear, who is definitely. So I guess it would be one female, 2 men, or purely because of Lewis Theron.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I don't know. It's that's no. That's not correct.
It's an oversimplification of why these people have chosen to go to the shadow. It's just blatantly not true.
I feel like it's also kind of a litmus test. If you could look at these characters knowing exactly what they did and somehow think they're the good guys, it's like you have been completely demoralized.
Bilal, I don't know. Maybe Bilal went. That might be true.
I did this experiment once, and I think it was like, what is it? Two men and 1 woman went over.
I forget why Bilal.
Demandred, Bilal, and Samael were there out of envy.
Yeah, there's a lot of that.
Don't know.
And like Luz Theron, I should say. So it is wonderful. Like I as I got more into this series, the women, the chosen, is still who I come back to in these books because I think we don't get the cat fighting. Like we have.
What? Seriously?
Oh my god. What? This is hilarious.
Daisy dude, Robin just wanted power. He was just a power hungry douchebag.
Yeah.
Yeah, Staplebow, none of the Forsaken are tragic.
Yeah,
they're
that's kind of the whole point.
Yes.
And it's funny because you could look at their initial reasons for going over to the dark and see like the character flaw in them, and then look how it plays out in the rest of the story. And it's like a lot of their like what they do or try to do ends up leading to their own downfall.
Yep. I also love the idea that there's no cat fighting among the female.
Yes,
I know, right? When we're just listening to book 5, and like we're listening to like Lanfear telling Rand stuff, and it's like, yeah, we fight each other all the time, and this is like a thing. And
yeah.
So silly.
This trio of Demandred, Semirog, and Masana, who have just been like bro down, ho down for centuries.
Bro down.
No, they aren't.
No, they're not.
They're not. They just formed this alliance out of convenience.
It's very explicitly stated that Mogideon really doesn't like Simrog and is creeped the fuck out by her.
Yeah.
I know, like they don't like.
Like
each
I don't
other.
understand what her fascination with Simrog is. Simrog is off screen for most of the series, then she's captured,
Mhm.
and then she does her thing later and then is bail fired. So like, why is Simrog so fucking awesome?
I don't know.
Like they're so cool, and they just like have this triangle of trust, and no one can. Broach it.
What?
Like, how amazing!
You
and
have to
powerful
be
is that?
fucking
Just like
kidding me. Triangle of trust, like the manager's just like, yeah, I don't give a fuck that Seme's captured. Let her rot.
Yeah, right.
It's like, what in fuck is she talking about?
Right, Stable, I'm lost. Like, man, wow.
to me, I'm like, that's equality.
Yeah.
Like they don't like they
Triangle
lean
of
on each other,
trust.
they support each other, and they
Yeah,
trust
this
each
is
other
one
even
of
within the
bullshit
depths
they
of the
don't
shadow.
understand that the Forsaken
So yeah,
are fucking terrible.
This is wild.
This is just like
blatantly incorrect.
I don't know if y'all are like familiar with the work of Yuri Bezmenov, but it's like, 100% demoralization. It's like you'll show somebody the facts. You can say black is black and white is white, and they'll still say white is black and black is white.
Yeah.
They're gone.
She thinks the Forsaken.
I know,
trust-
right?
Is there some secret version of Waddley's?
I know,
people
right?
play?
Like, we read the same thing.
I don't think he can do a lot wrong with the women who have chosen to go to the shadow, and that includes Millie Skane.
Oh my god!
Like I love the power that he gives them because it is unapologetic. Whereas some of our female heroines, it's apologetic. It's apologetic power.
Millie Skane, the assassin with the fire dagger that pops up periodically.
Who cares?
Right.
I don't even...
And Egwene, who is ambitious. I mean, at least within the discourse of the fandom, that's something to be like. It's a negative I've heard. Right? It's a lot of things like she's bossy. One thing I've heard about Egwene. She's a bad friend.
Objectively true.
Objectively true. Like, would you trust Egwene? Like, would you just have her back? She is a bad person. She is. It's interesting to see how, like, these very much she has all of the bad qualities of the Aes Sedai. She has the qualities of kind of the Forsaken too.
Look,
I think hers is like she's just really concentration of why like the White Tower has had so many problems for all these years.
How fast she just basically decided that Rand was a problem.
Yeah, agreed, Staple Bow. Oh my god, yeah, I would say she doesn't threaten that. She actually does that to Gwen because that consensual? He didn't consent to that. She just went up in there and was like banging him on the grass. Like, so what's that all about?
I think she was talking about Nynaeve.
Oh, Nynaeve too.
For the Trollocs, yes.
Oh,
all I know is like how fast she just said Rand is a problem because she wanted to be Aes Sedai. Is very 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 not friend-like to me.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because we all know how amazing Rand is as a friend.
No, Rand is Rand is steel.
Rand's got shit to do, people.
Rand is trying to save the world. Rand is
Rand tries. I feel like Rand tries to be nice to people, but it's like the stakes are so high for him for letting anyone close that he has such a hard time. Which is why Min is so important. Which is why Elaine is so important. Which is
the whole point.
So important. Avienda, like that is why when we get to the Veins of Gold, the actual chapter that Robert Jordan wrote, not the Brandon Sanderson one, that moment where he bonds the three of his women is so important because it's the trust. It's the people.
It's what makes the women in his life. Like, yes, he is using the tools that he has been provided to try and save the world. And at a point, there's a point where he's he doesn't feel anything. He's just
he gets like so
moving pieces.
insanely black pilled.
So no, he's not a good friend at that point. He's terrible. He's terrible friend, but guess what? He's trying to save the world. He has reserved himself to die.
Yeah,
Well, why
it's
make
sad,
friends
and
when
it's sad too because it's like he goes through all the same things that all of these other people have done. So it's like he has to look at all of these other people, and he's like, I can't make their mistakes. So it's like he has to do that.
There's even points where he looks back and said, "Man, I wish I didn't have to be this way." But well, Steel doesn't cry. Steel doesn't have time for emotions.
Yeah.
Yep.
Perrin is such a shitty friend. I love Perrin, but Perrin is such a shitty friend. He doesn't know that Gaul has a crush on Chiad. Yes.
Can we just like say just for the moment that like most people in the two rivers don't have a freaking clue what Aiel are doing?
Well, they don't. Nobody does, and they're not like it's just because they don't like they keep forgetting sexual activity. Like they're not very. You know, they've married the first girl that they've fucking like, right? I mean, Perrin's not like a fucking playa. He doesn't right?
These things.
So nobody like it's a whole nother culture. You have no idea, but I'm pretty sure that Gaul knows that Perrin's got his back no matter what fucking happens. If Gaul calls Perrin and needs him, Perrin will be there, ride or die. That's what makes a good friend. Not because fucking. You didn't realize I was in love with fucking this bitch that you don't associate with very much.
Yeah. Sorry the 19-year-old focused on saving his nation didn't take the time to ask Gaul about his crush.
Yeah.
Gaul's a grown-ass man. He can handle it.
Like we're all gonna be eaten by Trollocs. Like I think there's better things to do.
Yep. How can you not clock that, my dude? Right?
We always say that Perrin is like that John Mulaney sketch about Ice-T on Law and Order, where it's like every day is his first day on the force. That's every time Perrin is always the proxy of like, you're telling me that the Aes Sedai can channel? And you're like, yeah, Perrin, it's a big.
So these people are idiots. They didn't read the part of the book where they said that people think Perrin is dumb because he thinks things out. He thinks things out. It takes time to make a decision. They just think he's dumb.
Yes.
They don't realize that that's part of his character is taking time to make a decision.
Yeah.
They're literally harping back exactly what the fucking book tells you not to assume with Perrin.
Yes.
I know.
That like he's dumb because he talks slower. Good job. Way to go, people.
With the program.
Welcome, buddy.
I feel like Perrin, and then Gaul will be like telling Perrin these problems, and then Perrin will go like, but my problem though. Like and listen, his problem is a big problem, but he does not listen to
and when you hear
he's making this all up.
I was gonna say I can't think of a single instance where Gaul comes to Perrin and is like,
Perrin,
I'm really struggling with this. Like
when I tried to get into SAC with Bane and Chiad, my unit didn't work. Do you have any tips for me?
God,
no, that conversation didn't happen. The closest thing to that conversation that happened was, Perrin, I'm getting in the cistern because I need to go get my bitch.
Yeah.
And Perrin's like, yeah, I get it, bro. Go get her.
Yeah, you got this, dog. Yeah.
I wish I could jump in there with you and go get my bitch, but I can't. So go do what you got to do, buddy.
Yep.
Critiques about Perrin, of which there are so many. It's never about what a bad friend he is. Whereas Egwene, she's a bad friend. She's a
Perrin is a bad friend.
Perrin is a great friend, and Egwene is a terrible friend. Like we just finished reading Shadow Rising. Perrin's got a fucking arrow in his side, and Loyal and Gaul have gone off to close the way
he's
gate.
like, yeah, we gotta find them. We have to find them. Like, come on.
Somebody get me my horse so I can ride into danger to get Gaul and Loyal. Meanwhile, he can't fucking stand up. but he's a shitty friend. Okay.
Oh, no.
Bad friend to Nynaeve and Elaine because she wants to go off and like pursue her ambition. She wants to be in a position of power because she thinks she's capable enough. She's also the one who will read, react, respond, and learn from different cultures. And she constantly has to be doing that in sharp contrast to Rand, who just wants everyone to conform to the way that he sees society.
What? Like, I think she's confusing the show and the book, honestly.
Doesn't Rand agonize for like months about the inevitability of him destroying the Aiel way of life?
Yeah.
Like,
and he goes about, I don't want to create war, but I don't have like a million years to make this happen. And that's why he tells people stuff. And also, he doesn't have time to fuck around with all of the nobility bullshit. Like what happens in Tyr.
That's what's like he said. His inner monologue says it many times. This is not the cleanest way to be doing this shit, but I need to get this shit done. The land has to be united or we're fucked. So I have to cut corners to get shit done.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's like, yeah, he says like, you know, when Lanfear tells him that Ravine is in Andor with Morghese, it's like he's like, oh shit, I see why that happened because I had to send the Illianers up to Carrion to help them out, and yeah.
Well, it's just like, you know, yeah, okay, great. You know, Egwene can take her sweet ass time dealing with trying to depose a giant fucking moron. Like, I'm sorry, if you can't depose Elida after all the bullshit, like, I'm not saying that what she does isn't good. I'm just saying if you can't get that shit done after the fucking chaos and shit she's fucked up, you just like, wow, you really weren't the right candidate.
Yep.
Like I could I could take your guys' cat and say this should be Amerlin. It's better than Elida, and they'd be like, "Yeah, you're right."
Well, it's good because he's our Lord Catpin Commander, George from Bornhold.
Oh my god!
Which is another thing, you know, when people pursue power for the sake of power, that's generally not something that we appreciate. If you're trying to get power to save the world, yes, we tend to view that more positively. I don't know how she missed this.
I know.
So it's interesting. I think the discourse within the fandom that is such a strong reflection of our society, especially as it comes to our female heroines, because bad women just get to be bad and get to have that power, and there's no explanation or justification as to why. There's no apology, and
You're trying to do that
Nynaeve is
right
constantly
now,
apologizing. Elaine is constantly apologizing.
Hey,
Elaine, out of all of them, is the one.
Nynaeve is apologizing?
What is this?
To whom?
What are you talking about? No, she's not.
They need to be shamed into thanking Matt. Like,
I know, right? Like they totally like take him
I
for
don't-
granted.
Like, I need some fucking examples because Nynaeve and Elaine is apologizing. Elaine, the one that's stupid enough to go after a bunch of dark friends when she can't hold the power without any intel, and still doesn't apologize for fucking killing a whole bunch of people because she's an idiot.
Yep.
Who shouldn't be apologizing
Yes.
at all.
Not to mention,
She's a fucking princess,
Exactly.
man.
She doesn't apologize once to anybody.
No, and neither does freaking like Elaine. I think Elaine is horrible because she does all that stuff to Rand, and I get why she had to do it, but there's never that like private sort of like, hey Rand, I'm sorry I had to do this because of public perception. Like she never has that moment, and that's why I started off liking Elaine. She has a lot of good moments where she tries to, despite her privilege, try to understand what other people like, and she is kind of compassionate at times. But like when she does that, when she becomes queen and just completely, it made me really rethink her character. And like to this day, I'm kind of conflicted about whether she truly cared about Rand or if she was just trying to use him too.
Yep. Stable Bow, great comment. So if Elaine never has to apologize because she's a princess, Rand, being the Dragon Reborn, never should apologize to anybody. Ever.
Absolutely.
mentioned the women have to earn their power, right? Elaine has to earn her throne.
Yeah.
Egwene has to.
No, she doesn't. Shut the fuck up. No. Like, this is some revisionist bullshit. Elaine chooses to do things her own way. She gets hundreds of thousands of Andorans, among other people, killed because now I get why. Like, I get the thinking behind it is I can't have my nation handed over to me by the Dragon Reborn. But do you know all the problems you would have solved and how quick Andor would be secured if you would have just figured out a way to do it so fucking you didn't get everybody fucking killed?
Yeah. Elaine,
he gave you two.
Yes, he gave you two cities.
I know, it's so stupid. And it's like, I could get like the not having the public acknowledgement, but like in private said like, hey man, thanks. Like that never happens because in her mind, it's hers by right and that he had no right. She's like these people.
She's just being stubborn. It's like, let the IEO hold the city for you. We can fucking root out all the problems and you can have your throne. And I'll give you the adjacent kingdom so there's no more fucking problems.
Yep.
How about that? And then I can have one section of the world that's in the bag that I don't have to worry about. Oh no, we can't do that? You gotta fucking okay. Fuck you, go ahead. Now I get to worry about Andor too. Thanks.
Yep. Or like when she like refuses at the end, she like doesn't want to sign the dragon's peace.
That was great.
Earn
Like,
being on Merlin.
shut up, bitch. Go, just get out.
Spoilers, I'm so sorry. But they've got to earn it. Whereas the men often have the power handed to them and they're like, I don't want it. And you're like, oh my God, these other women are working.
They want it, give it to them.
And like parents.
But you wouldn't like it if the men just gave it to them. Now, would you?
Parents like, I don't want to be here. Parent
Yeah,
goes to
I'm pretty
Shantian and
sure
it's like,
that
you can
Elaine-
have my hometown if you want.
I'm pretty sure Elaine wants her eyes to turn yellow and to mysteriously be talking to wolves and have a whole everybody in the world thinks she's a dark friend because he can talk to wolves. I'm pretty sure Elaine wants that.
Yes, Staplebow, you crush it exactly. People who want power generally should not be given power.
Yep.
He goes into this brain trust. I friggin' love Perry because Fail's gonna come back and like paddle his ass, I'm sure, because he goes to the Shantan, this brain trust, this Harvard Business School graduate. He goes to the Shantan and immediately, without them negotiating at all, just goes for the highest thing and is like, "I'll give you Manetherin," and they're like, "We didn't know it existed."
What?
So that's that. So he's talking about when he goes and teams up with the Shan-Chan to save Fail from the Shido. And Perrin basically says, if you team up and rid Randland of the Shido, you can you can have Manetherin, which is a thing that happened, but her characterization that they didn't know what Manetherin was is categorically false, and in fact it's very explicitly stated that they do know what it was, and that the rumors of Manetherin and the Lord of Manetherin would save the land that they've invaded from the Shan-Chan and the Shido. But it's very much a situation that he has the Mayan cavalry and the two rivers, and he needs to kill the Shido, which is obviously impossible. So he needs to team up with the Shan-Chan to make it happen. And it's not like he has anything else to bargain with.
Yeah, I don't. And guess what? They fucking route those motherfuckers.
Right.
Like they send their asses right back to the threefold land for fucking generations.
Yes.
Like Perrin single-handedly, well, I shouldn't say single-handedly, Perrin by the action he takes removes a huge obstacle out of Rand's way.
Yes.
And also helps secure, now there's also, you have a high-ranking Shan-Chan, soldier, general, who has respect for somebody that is close to Rand.
Yes, and the assumption you make at this point is, well, either Rand is going to win this thing for all of us, in which case my oath to give them Manetheren doesn't matter a lick because Rand is going to be in charge, or we lose and everybody's dead anyway, so what does it matter? Now that the people in the chat are saying that the promise was to not try and resurrect Manetheren and not to
Yeah,
give it a chance.
I was gonna say I don't like. That's why I'm confused. I didn't ever think there was a promise to give the land. It's not his land to give. Like, like everybody's afraid of Manetheren coming back.
Yeah. Either way, it's wrong for several reasons.
Why would we want that?
But we'll take it.
What is Manetheren? And Gus is trying to tell me, like, it's not that big of a deal. And I'm like, it is literally the hub for women channelers to be born. What are you talking about? He just handed it over to the Shan-Chan for, like, some tea. What are you
You know, what someone called tea, others would call a chemical reagent weapon.
Fucking weapon that fucking like that's like, I hope she must be just, hopefully she's just doing this for the lulz, because do you know what that tea afforded him the ability to do? To route fucking a whole goddamn nation of Wise One channelers in a single fucking night.
Yes. I don't know what to tell you. This is incoherent.
She's talking about, like, so the whole giving up Manetheren never really happened, at least not the way she's saying it did. And then she's saying she's saying that Perrin is an idiot because he went to the Shan-Chan and said, "Hey, you can have Manetheren if you give us some fucking tea, because I want to save Fael." That's how she's put it in a nice little box.
Yes.
Lordy.
Which is not what happened at all. And in that tea, as we've pointed out, rendered, I don't know how many hundreds of Aes Sedai channelers, how many hundreds of channelers useless.
Yep, cracked it wide open. It was
pretty strong fucking weapon. So no, plus that land's not his to give away yet.
Yes.
So the Shan-Chan are idiots for fucking making a deal with somebody who can't give away land if they were giving away land. So I just don't remember that conversation ever happening, and it doesn't look like it did. So, but yeah, whatever.
I'm trying to find it. I know he hands over the banner at some point, and the Shan-Chan then give it back to him, just saying we can't kill all the Shido because we don't know how to do it. But anywho.
And that's like, I'm no hero, and the band's like, we'll follow you anyway. Meanwhile, those women are in the train.
Yes, winning makes people follow you. Not being a selfish douchebag makes people follow you.
Miss that point. Like, Matt says, I'm no hero, then goes and does the most selfless, like heroic thing possible. Yeah. How fucking retarded is this girl?
Yeah, are you gonna ignore the fact that the amount of times Matt bails out those women that are in the trenches, getting them doing stuff they have no business doing? On top of that, you've also missed the point that that Matt is an everyman. So him going and saying, "Hey, I'm nobody. You shouldn't follow me." That attracts more people that are like, "Well, dude, I don't trust lords. I'll fight for this guy." Like, you know, he wins, he makes money, he's got different morals than you know, I don't want to fight for a lord, but I'll fight for this guy. Like, it attracts that type of person. So like, you've totally missed all that because because Nynaeve, Egwene, and Elaine are busy getting captured and being snooty about it when Matt comes to save them. Again,
bitches, right? Like digging for an ounce of power, and then everybody's like, they're ambitious.
What do you mean Elaine's not just going to accept the throne from Rand?
Has anybody ever accused Nynaeve of being ambitious?
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's really
No.
funny looking at all the initial characters and see how they end up with different institutions and who's able to like resist this sort of institutional indoctrination. And it's really Nynaeve is the only one who can.
Mm-hmm. That outstanding point.
Yeah, and
Someone's got to do the work. Like, oh my god.
So-
Anyway,
Yeah, because Rand, Perrin, and Matt are doing no work at all.
Diddly squat.
Yeah, they're not doing anything. Yeah, and yeah, I can see. Yeah, thank God you people aren't in charge of anything. You don't care about any of your people. What the number of reasons Elaine should have just accepted the throne from Rand. Number one being the safety of her fucking people. Is staggering. Plus all the bullshit that would have been avoided if she just fucking, swallowed her pride and, could it have caused some problems for her? Sure. But if she was a good enough leader, she would have overcome the issue of her being given the throne that is rightfully supposed to be hers by succession. Right? I mean, you're just placing,
if Rand was as bad as Elaine even accuses of him being, like, he would have never even given it to her.
Well, I mean, Rand's just putting the right foot. Like, there shouldn't be a succession war. Like,
I know, and she wants it because, like, she feels.
Yeah,
like
she wants it because she's selfish and she fucking doesn't care about her people. She just cares about her notoriety.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of doing the right thing and saving a bunch of lives, and letting her, him abdicate or give, hey, I held your throne for you that was trying to be stolen away from fucking a Forsaken. No, we're gonna have a costly lives and money succession war.
Because she can't accept help from a man.
And we're gonna keep the largest nation, one of the largest nations, in doubt, even though we're going into the last battle. Again, the only person seeming to be focused on the fact that Tarmon Guyton's coming is Rand al'Thor. The rest of them are all busy playing bullshit politics, doing other things, while Rand is trying to save the fucking world.
Yep.
we're talking about good things, though.
Yeah, can you get your good?
Were we talking about good things? I think you got 1.5 good things. One of which was the female Forsaken are amazing.
Saying so that Cat can also get this. Cat good. I will say some good things. The amount of different types of women that we get to see throughout the series is incredible, quite frankly. And the amount of POVs that we get from women is incredible. And there's such a wide variety of them. One of my favorite characters, no joke, is Elida. She is a mess. She is a hot mess. She is all over the place. And
you can fix her.
Yes, I can fix her, though. She is wrong in the worst possible ways. And
agreed.
Somehow also kind of right sometimes, but in
never.
Wow.
She's
never, not once.
The wrong way. But we get to see her in that being wrong. A human being. What a concept. And we get to see.
Well, it's okay
I love
that she's
how, there's all these women, and Robert Jordan doesn't shy away from actually portraying them in a negative light. That's why I like it, because it's like, I don't like Fail, but like Fail is a Fail. Like, she's an awful person. She's abusive and stuff, but I think that's a great portrayal of somebody that's like that. And
how are we ragging on Perrin?
I don't know.
And we're like, oh, Elida's a human. She can make mistakes. It's like, and Perrin's not? Perrin's 19, 20 years old. Elida's like fucking, 100?
Yes. Like, Elida is cartoonishly evil.
Yeah,
like,
what are you talking about?
Like Berlin also is someone who, people have a lot of opinions on, but I am glad.
What is it?
Okay, I think she's saying she agrees.
That someone like Berlin exists, because it shows that women are not just one thing. They're not just like this one sort of cutout.
In this essay, I will.
I think I was the one that wrote the Verlaine is a great character in defense of these lunatics like 6 months ago. I'm glad to see that it's reached them, though.
Oh yes, I get it's. But
We only
yeah,
have 14 minutes left. I'm sorry, Ali. We don't have the time.
I know we don't have the time.
I know.
We go into extensive detail on Wheel Takes.
Yeah, I love Barry. He's cool.
Oh, don't throw that into the universe.
How dare you, sir? People have flights to
I have a flight, my dude.
Why are they all? They had to turn down shit because they're so fucking loud.
No, I did that. They're still
Did you?
screaming.
I kind of wanted
Yeah,
to
it's at half
jump
volume.
on Kat's point because, like, as a result from having so many women, we get a TV show with so many actresses, and just
older actresses.
Oh, thank God they're old and decrepit and can't act. Thank God. Like what
Thank
the
God
fuck?
it's like you took people that are like my age and older and made them look their absolute fucking worst. Like I don't care about the age or whatever. Like they could have. There's a lot of ways we could handle this and stuff like that. But like you're taking actors that aren't like you make everyone look awful. Like how is it a win for anyone?
But why is it a big deal that they're old actor? Like who cares? Like how about you get the actor or actress that fits the part, whether they're old or young or not? Like who cares? Who cares if they're older? It doesn't matter.
It's kind of like I think of this as sort of the House of the Dragon problem. It's like everyone's fine with like, oh, we have older people. It's like we have race swapping, but like, God forbid we put the canonically fat character on screen. That is hilarious. I think that's just.
ever seen a TV show with that many?
How many plump
like,
Aes Sedais
women
have
in
we
general,
missed out
but
on?
of all type. Oh, it's a huge diversity of actresses, and I think even for
Had to use, gotta use the buzzwords.
A huge diversity of actresses. You're literally saying that they're all old women. That's not a huge diversity. That's a very narrow subset of the population. That's the opposite of diversity.
them, being able to play in such a show must be so rewarding because, yeah, it's a state of Hollywood. Most of the time you're on the set, it's mostly men, and that's it. And especially I work in tech. There's one woman in my team, and that's it.
She has a haircut that says I'm about to lose like EA Games like $5 million.
Yes.
And just being able to see all of those women that gets to interact with each other and have apparently a great time filming The Wheel of Time. It's amazing. It's mind blowing. And whenever I see new casting news, I'm just so optimistic
It's
about the show.
So many women.
Yeah.
It's just like woman. Yes.
Okay, I'm glad that we're observing the same things. Like we're having very different reactions to what we're observing, but we are clearly observing woman.
What? I don't. Again, why is that great?
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, Robert Jordan at JordanCon.
And to jump a little bit too on Kat's point about Elida, I think that the misunderstanding about like what feminism is and what having strong female characters is they think that they have to introduce these like Pollyannas who make no mistakes, right?
That's what you're asking for.
Exactly what you're cheering for.
That's exactly what they're cheering for.
They like have to be hyper masculinized, or they have to be, I don't need no man. What?
They're all literally just like that.
Jesus
like,
Christ! That's what that's what they've been asking. That's what they've been cheering for this whole panel.
Whatever. They think that it's this box of what a
No,
strong
you've
female
told us
character
it's
is,
that
and
box.
That's actually the opposite direction of where we want to go. We're not wanting to be like these cardboard cutouts. What we're asking for strong female characters is whole people.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Flawed people who make mistakes,
you're
people
full of
who
shit.
have
No, you don't.
Foibles, but also who are in control of their narrative, right? Who like have influence on the narrative, right? Beyond being a vessel for someone else.
Yeah.
And I think
They're not a vessel for someone else. Like,
No, they're
like,
just
like she acts like there's no free will whatsoever in this universe. Shut up.
She forgot about the whole rest of the panel where they were cheering about how everybody was girl boss. Like,
Yeah, like really, would we like to read from the record?
like the whole rant about Semarig and Graendal being girl boss. They're fucking crazy ass bitches, but they fucking mean business. Woohoo! It's like, what the fuck?
That Joe made her voice so well.
Oh,
Like Elida is a great example of that. Elida's doing it for her.
Oh yeah.
Oh, she
Doing
is.
that for her.
She's doing everything wrong. She's real bad at it, but she's doing it for her.
Like the competence of the Forsaken. Yeah. Oh my god, the women Forsaken. Their competence.
Great. You are fucking not reading the book. Their competence. You are fucking crazy. Lanfear is a jealous, crazy person. Graendal is a coward. Semi is an overconfident idiot. What? How many other ones do I need? And that's not, like, the men are just as bad. But I mean, it's like, what are you talking about?
Forsaken and none went to Elida.
Yeah. Like, let women be bad.
Yeah.
Let them be,
women,
yes.
Let them be messes.
Let it be complex.
Yeah.
You know, let them.
I like how when the women are bad at things, it's, let them be messes. But when Perrin does something they don't even remotely like,
I know, and it's like looking at the show. It's just they want these, like, they just want to experience the feelings. Like, it's like when they say in Tumblr, like, all the feels. It's just like, I want these feelings. It doesn't need to make sense. It's just like, I just want to see these characters together. It's
the hypocritical, the amount of hypocritical statements that have been made in this panel is staggering. All you gotta do is change whether it's a male or a female character, and it's good or bad.
Yeah.
Be whole people. And I think that's a thing that Robert Jordan, for the most part, accomplishes really well, especially, as you said, in his villains.
Yeah.
One of the things that I really like is
Who cares?
Barely. Along the same lines as Graendal, she
Wait, what?
No, like
how? What?
Because they're both attractive.
Absolutely.
No, literally, we're because they're both attractive. That's the comparison we're making. They're both beautiful women. That's the only thing they have in common.
subverts everybody by like looking like she's breasting boobily everywhere. But like, this woman has got shit going on. She is tactical. She is strategic. She's fucking smart.
The
she
IO love her.
Yeah, and they should, because she's a good leader. She's looking out for her tiny little nation, and she's using all of the tools at her disposal to do it. And if that means that she's going to, take advantage of, boob goggles, then
she's gonna be a hoe. Just saying
she's gonna fucking
it.
get it
Like,
done.
I
And
don't disagree with her on that.
love that it's this woman that, again, people are constantly underestimating
and slut shaming.
Yes.
Like, she's not wrong. Barrelane is a good character for those reasons, mostly. But, like...
Yeah,
Oh
Trip is right. How can they love Barrelane? She has to use her appearance to appeal to some man for her power. Exactly.
Yes.
But they kind of like the whole embracing of, like, her embracing of her sexuality. It's like they like what she does. This is the people that are... These are the same kind of, like, cognitive dissonance that'll say, like, oh, like, porn is evil, but also, like, we should celebrate prostitution, or, like... Yeah, that kind of stuff.
Constant slut shaming.
Including the women.
And she's still out there and she's getting it done, and she's just like, okay, if that's what you think of me, I'm gonna capitalize on that.
Yeah.
And fuck you.
Yeah. It's no secret that, like, Barrelane in Graendal and Lyanna, everyone who basically takes expectations and subverts them, or just makes them their own, are, like, easily my favorites in the series. They're like, Robert Jordan knows how to write that well.
Yeah.
And I'm pleased that
We
we
have
have
to
that
be the
kind of
only
representation.
group of people
And
that
again,
list Leanne as one of your favorite fucking characters.
Yeah.
You are fucking off your rocker.
Yeah, Danny, I agree. What are they going to think up when she like hooks up with Claude? It's like she wants to marry him. She doesn't want to be a hoe no more. Like, what are they going to say? Oh, he's just keeping her down. Like, just so.
Well, no, because they're like, look, they won't even admit it, but it's because they're all attractive women that are using their looks to get ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's what they like.
These are their favorite characters. Their favorite
characters. Leanne literally realizes after she's been stilled and healed that she's fucking hot as shit, and she starts using her fucking demoni ways to fucking seduce men left and right. Barrelane has a brain, but she realizes that her biggest weapon is her looks, so she freaking uses that brain after fucking tricking them with her good looks. Fucking Graendal literally. Her superpower is how beautiful she is. That's it.
And the mind grape stuff, but
that too. And she's good at compulsion. Right. That's it.
She's doing it for herself, and she's doing it for her people, and like
she's doing it for
those are two opposite things. Yes, you can't do it for yourself and for your people.
Raymond's fucking great.
Here's the thing.
Also Bird Box Perrin.
Really?
Totally.
Yeah.
Sorry, it doesn't happen.
This is also why I can't stand this shit. This is literally just all their little inside jokes that they had in the hotel room while they were getting drunk before they came down to the convention hall to fill the 5 chairs and have their fake little fucking convention.
Or like, here's my head canon that I wrote like a 5 million word like fan fiction on. Ugh.
Oh, get ready for that.
Oh god,
it's coming.
It's never been about.
Yeah, we would be remiss to not mention
because we don't actually get a lot of Perrin from Barrelane's POV,
Yes,
right? So it's all Perrin sniffing, and
Perrin's POV
assumptions put on Barrelane.
Not assumption.
No.
It's not assumptions. Oh my god, she's like coming into everyone's bedroom unannounced, dressed like a hoe. Like, come on, seriously. Like, stop it. And why does this woman feel like this is like a third person limited POV? So like there's like it switches between individuals like in certain times. It's like there's never anything, I don't even think, that like goes where there's 2 people describing the same thing, because why? We've already seen it in the book. Like, we don't need to read it again.
Perrin can literally smell her emotions.
Yeah.
There is no guessing about it. He knows.
Also, I'm very confused. How can you like Barrelane using her looks to get what she wants and then say that she's not doing that with Perrin? Like, we know very specifically this is what she's doing. She was in the Stone of Tyr doing that so Mayenne would remain independent. Then she tried to seduce Rand and got the shit scared out of her during the Bubble of Evil incident. And so instead of, she decided Rand was too dangerous, so she thought the next best thing was Rand's best friend. Like, this isn't up for debate. This is a very concrete element. Also, she blatantly tells Fail that she's going to take Perrin away from her. Like, I don't know. This isn't a debatable topic.
Yeah, I don't get it.
His reading of Fail and Barrelane, and it's something that, like, in hindsight, when you were speaking about what would be different, I would love more Barrelane POVs. I would love to understand.
And I would love
why
if they
understand
did
what
not do the sexual.
I was going to say,
what is there to understand? She wants to protect Maine. She thinks Perrin can give her that security, so she's attached herself to him.
Yes,
that's it.
Harassment plotline of Perrin, because
Bird Box.
Yes.
The sexual harassment. That's the
Wait,
point.
Wait, what is she?
She's saying she doesn't. They basically headcanon away the spats with Fail and her hitting on Perrin after he says he's not interested.
Oh, well, of course, because that would, show her in a bad light.
Yes. Yeah.
something
Man.
very different with it. Like, because I love Berlane as a character, I hate what she does.
Yes.
Does it get more mask off than that?
I hate everything about
Agreed.
when she is on screen for me. Other than like the fact that I think she's awesome otherwise. I just have to like ignore completely the things that she does to like her. But I do have a headcanon about that.
Please share it.
It's a little inappropriate, but
That's what we do here.
Berline's been with like 2 people, right?
Yeah.
And clearly didn't have a good
Yeah.
time.
Oh, yeah.
which-
Women can't have sex. Also,
No.
you know, Graendal doesn't actually have as much sex
Yeah,
as everyone
of course.
thinks,
No,
and
none
Min
of
was a
women-
virgin, even though she dated older men.
None of the women have sex, but so yeah. But so and that's it's all.
I'm just letting them go here, guys. We're just gonna let them get the mental illness out, and
Yeah,
we'll,
this is like they spent
Put
too much
something.
time on Tumblr.
But Berlane, she's been with 2 people. They were like for political reasons. She didn't have a good time. She was walking by Perrin and Fail's door one day. They're probably not very considerate about other people, and I'm just assuming based on who they are as people. And so she overhears that, decides in her head, due to a lack of experience, that Perrin is the only one who can give her that experience. And that is why she's so fixated on him for so long. Because I'm like, this woman could have anyone, let's be honest.
Yeah.
I'm like, and like Perrin's great, but like, I mean, I hear the arguments where people are like, but she felt like she needed to do it for political reasons to get close to Rand. Well, she's still doing it after Rand puts her in charge.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
it's not just that.
No.
Yeah, 'cause, like,
she's already
Fael
close to
started a
Rand, and
bitch
she's still futzing about with a
Yeah.
guy who lost his wife.
She's just out here waiting for someone to find her North Harbor.
I think that's it. I think.
Do you think Perrin could?
I think she thinks Perrin. Well, I think she thinks Perrin is the only one who can find North Harbor, and I get it now. I like not to that extent. Obviously, Beach Shield don't harass people, but I get the fixation if that's her.
presented without comments.
Yeah.
But so yeah. Anyway, that's my headcanon about Perrin.
We only have a few minutes left, so I guess if there's
Thank
any
God.
audience question, there was also some on the live stream.
Yeah,
Was there?
there's
Yeah,
We can do maybe one
that's her
audience, one
headcanon,
audience,
yeah,
and
like-
alternate.
Okay, we'll do the streaming ones first. So this one is for the entire panel. What changes in the show makes the show more feminist compared to the books?
Older actresses.
Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, let women age. Let them age. Hollywood has a huge problem when it comes to older actresses. They joke about it where they say 35 is your last fuckable day. And then once you hit 35, the roles immediately shrink. I mean, you're getting calls to go in for mother roles when you're 25.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Yikes.
I mean, it's fucked up. And like, oftentimes you will see the men
Says a
grow
woman that
older,
works
the
for
male actors
Nickelodeon.
grow older, and the women who are their counterparts stay the same age.
I actually don't disagree with her on that, but I don't know why, like, taking people who are older and making them look worse than they do without makeup on a normal day is a win for anyone.
I guess I'm even going to push back and say when we look at the popular movies that are out right now, all of the women, it seems like, are between 35 and 45. Now they're the Hollywood 35 and 45 where they're makeuped and Botoxed and whatever, to the point that they kind of unironically do have the Aes Sedai agelessness thing. Who's the one that plays Agent Carter? Whatever, you know. If you look at any of these movies,
Haley
now,
Atwell.
yeah, Haley Atwell. Haley Atwell's like 42, I think, or something like that. Like these are all older women. So it's not like this is true anymore. Maybe this was true 20 years ago when everybody was comfortable with Harvey Weinstein doing his thing, but it's not anymore.
So you'll see those age gaps widening and widening. And, you also see, a lot of women getting kind of who are very.
Kaliadar, yes, as well. You're called in for the mother role at 25. Like, yes, that's like when you're supposed to be having children. Like,
Absolutely.
talented getting her shut out once they reach a certain age.
Yeah.
So it's important, I think, to have older actresses.
One thing that I had was personally Maureen's and Swan's relationship, because we haven't talked about that, but the pedo friendship thing is not right is bullshit. Like, it's not, we are not gay until graduations, and older women can have a sexuality too. And I think
Nobody wanted to see the sex scene between
my
Moraine
biggest
and
change from
Siobhan.
season
I
two
don't
that-
think the
that
actors
really just
wanted
hammered
to
home
do
the
it.
feminism
It
was
looked
the
awful.
fallibility of Moraine. She's not just being put up on a pedestal. She's not just being seen through the male gaze that we get a lot in Eye of the World, and honestly, even up through Fires of.
What does she mean by the male gaze?
I actually don't know. What is?
Is this sort of like what they did in House of the Dragon, where we're gonna do all the sex scenes from the female point of view, so then you end up getting these like insanely long scenes that accomplish nothing and are just really weird and like awkward to watch, and you're like, why was this in here?
Just getting her buzzwords.
Yeah.
My biggest change from season two that really just hammered home the feminism was the fallibility of Moraine. She's not just being put up on a pedestal. She's not just being seen through the male gaze that we get a
She
lot
has
in
to
Eye of the World.
carry her
And
own bath
honestly,
water.
even up through Fires of Heaven, Moraine is a really fully recognizable human being. She's someone who guards her emotions so carefully, and that's perhaps why we don't see that in the books. But the moment of her in episode 1 in the bath, where she is a wreck and just the silent tears, like that's when I knew that what the show was doing with these female characters is going to be
Unexpressed, my
just as
face is frozen
comparable
from the Botox.
to the arcs that we get to see with the men. It's I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah. One of the things that I really like is there is more of a sense of sort of sisterhood. Like the girls are showing up for the girls, and in the book we see so much catfighting and bullshit, and
Like
we
that
don't see
totally
that
is
happening
like
in the show.
whole
And
Elaine
You
in
see
the
Elaine
tower
brewing
thing.
beer for her girl. and
Yes.
Yeah, toilet
Elaine
wine. Yeah,
sitting there
made some
talking
toilet
shit
wine.
about. Oh my god! I didn't know these were your quarters, Egwene. I thought this was just trash.
Here's this wine I made in my toilet. Let's
Like the
drink
daughter
it.
heir of Andor couldn't get the good alcohol, so she's giving the Pruno to the
These
fucking
people are
plebs.
fucking crazy, man. Ugh.
What do you even say about this? Like, there's no catfighting. Like, did we watch the same show? Like, Leandrin spends literally like a third of her lines catfighting. Like,
Let's go. Yeah, making toilet wine, essentially. Yeah.
Stealing my lines.
Next question.
Next question. Do we want to? Are we good to do an audience question or?
Yeah,
Oh
let's go have
god.
an audience.
Are they almost done?
Oh, there's some cool questions if I remember, because they're kind of like bitchy about this. Like it's how they didn't like it, or I don't know if that was the other panel, but let's just see.
Second row, third row? No, it was. Yeah.
I wanted to see if y'all could give some love to Varen, because she's the best woman in the whole series.
Gladly.
Yes,
Love
happily.
Varen is my ADHD queen. She is my representation. I see her
How?
and I just am filled with joy. I'm a little scared that she could be Black Aja, and I'll still stand her anyway. You go off, Queen. I bet that she just thought she was getting a free T-shirt, and then she woke up and realized that she was Black Aja.
And you like this about her? She's an idiot. They just called her an idiot.
Varen's a character that has lived in my head rent free since I read the Great Hunt. A certain moment in particular that most of my energy was devoted to that particular line for years. She's steady. I mean, her work in the Aiel camp, as we roll through POD and Winter's
what's
Heart.
up with that? What is she doing?
She's incredible. She's incredible. And I think it's just wonderful that we have such amazing POV writing with Varen, where she's just a walking enigma, a walking mystery, and someone who plays such a background character who lives constantly in your thoughts, and everything she does is so specific. It's incredible writing.
Yeah, she's like the
She's a
opposite
brown
of
sister.
ADHD because she can actually get things done. It isn't a fucking like
She's
squirrel.
controlled
around
and
red
planning. Yeah,
It's true.
like
Women,
ADHD.
excuse me. Women get bookish women get things done.
I just need to remind you guys to not spoil anything about Baron past night.
No, what am I missing?
You're missing
nothing. I did nothing happened.
Nothing. Forget about that. Nothing. Don't worry about it.
The fear that just filled my body. I am concerned. Okay.
Let's do as a Christian. Let's move on. We're gonna do a streaming a question from the stream.
The one person.
This is for the whole panel again. How do the female Forsaken show feminist ideals or not?
Oh, dear God.
Delusions. You've kind of talked about.
You've heard me. I've ranted. Like my girls are showing up hard in a big way. They're flawed. They're capable. Their POVs are some of my favorites. We don't get enough Graendal POVs as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, that's true.
Watching her mind work is incredible. Watching the Samael plot line
Watching
with her
mind
the
work,
way that she
how she loves attractive
like
things
when
and
she
loves
got
dominating
these
their
slave
mind.
children
for a
and
moment in
compulse
time
them so
while
that
always
they're brain
having
for mush.
something
Yeah,
else in the works.
This
while
chick
never
is
letting someone
damaged,
get
man.
close enough to her is
Yes.
She's incredible.
She probably, like, tortures small
I can
animals.
go on for literally years, which I have.
How can you
about
go on
Chosen
for years
in
about
particular.
Grendel?
No, the female Chosen. I think one thing that we've seen in the show that I
Chosen.
was not expecting.
That's
was,
another
just
fucking
how
Chosen.
incredible they're
So
making these
there you go.
villains. Lanfear actually like being given more depth, being given. Didn't Guy Roberts call her the great performance of the second
who
season?
cares?
Like
Good
that
Lord.
much.
Who cares what Guy
Trust
Roberts
being
said?
bestowed in Lanfear and her carrying it with
That's
such
the
big
show
moments.
didn't have any
transformation
Lanfear
while
in
she's
it,
riding
so
the dragon.
fuck.
I mean, hot damn! I thought the books did villains well. I cannot wait. The show made me a Lanfear stan, and that is something that was completely unexpected.
And I would
so
really
welcome.
like to briefly touch on when she's walking through whatever it is, Kyrie, and she's just blowing shit up, just
For no reason.
Killing people for no reason because Rand summoned her there. Rand summoned her to murder the Foregate. Yeah, that was awesome, guys. She's just blowing up shit, killing people.
Because that's the smart actions of somebody who's smart and totally doesn't want to get caught or seen or anything.
At this point, I'm just like, these people can't be real.
I was going to say, I haven't been pausing it as much for comments just because it's
kind of insane.
We're witnessing mental illness.
Yes, it's fucking like. Yeah, the blow-ups were fun. She was sassy as she killed all those people. Go Lanfear.
Like Queen.
If her goal is to end up with Rand, doesn't committing mass murder kind of prevent that from happening?
Did you see it? What are you talking about? You see that dress and the fire? That's literally what's coming out of their mouths. It's like, who cares what she's doing? There were explosions and she had a pretty dress on. That's literally what's coming out of their mouths. It's crazy.
Yep.
That was so fucking good. Which she just blew that guy's head up.
Yes!
Yeah.
Holy
crap.
Yeah.
Right? Oh, and like I just love the villain Forsaken, the women Forsaken so much. I mean, frequently Gus and I will jokingly rank them in order of who would most likely win Survivor. Graendal plays that
Ragnar won Survival,
well,
bitch.
and
Shut
that's
up.
a hard game to play.
Yeah.
No, Grendel would lose because she couldn't cheat.
Yeah, and just to talk about the show a little bit, because
No.
we talked about Lanfear, performance is amazing, but the reveal of Mogedion at the very end.
How?
She is one of my favorite characters in the series, and I'm just so happy that the show sees.
How is Mogedion one of your favorite characters? She is literally a sniveling fucking weasel.
Yes. Also,
how is that your favorite? One of your favorite characters?
Yeah. Also, if Mogedion is your favorite characters, that means that there's traits that you like about her.
Yeah, you should be pissed.
Yes, because the traits aren't remotely the same from book to show. So what's happening?
Well, as long as we get Werewolf Perrin versus Spider Mogedion, I'm good. So let's make it happen. Let's make it happen.
What we've seen so far, the show is going to do my girl justice.
Watching her play on nightmares,
it's just
holy
so
smokes.
good, and just like
What
she's doing
nightmares?
the
What are you
creative-
talking about? Play on nightmares.
She was like on. This is a scene that lasted like 2 or 3 minutes.
You're making
like, what
shit
did she
up.
do?
We had the spider weave because she did the spider web weave because she's a spider.
Yeah.
Like what do you mean play on nightmares? Like you're making shit up, literally.
Yep. Dismiss, you're 100% correct.
Yes, 100%. It's disgusting.
The high IQ guests that JordanCon pulls is truly inspiring. It's like a young Antonin Scalia speaking about legal theory. Like, it's just breathtaking.
Like the entire season, we have established that Lanfear is a stone cold badass, and everyone is terrified of her. And then she walks into the room, and Mogedion is sitting there, and the absolute just stark terror on her face. And you're like, "Oh shit!"
Yeah.
Oh,
She
man, it's
springs
gonna get
a
good.
trap and catches Lanfear.
Yeah. And that's like
I'm just
again,
pointing
great
out
change
that
because for
Moraine
me, like, with
also
Megedion,
like
we
cut
don't
off
get to see
Lanfear's
her
head or
actually
whatever,
in her
slit her
spider
throat.
capabilities in the books.
She's
I think
that
it's a disservice
competent
to her
and that not
character. So that
scary.
one moment alone, again, totally changed my mind on the Megedion that I've been reading for years.
Yeah.
And like
So
the way I
good.
trust.
Can you imagine how pissed you would be if this show changed your view of a book character? I would be irate.
Unknown Sage, the spider trap. Come on.
She like did a weave, and I guess it looks like a spider web.
She walked in a room and she was there and it was all dark and she's like, "Oh, you sprung my spider trap."
Yeah,
Lanfear's now
wasn't
scared
that like
of
the
Mogedion.
bedroom where she was hanging out with Ishii? So
Obviously,
it's not
they
like
don't.
it's that great of a trap. or
Obviously, they
anything.
don't like Lanfear that much because they totally fucking cuck Lanfear. Like
Twice.
Lanfear got caught by fucking Mogedion. Can you like?
That's dumb.
Jesus.
The way I trust this writing team is like
Oh, you're
second to none. I'm so
second
excited.
to none. You are so fucking full of shit.
Oh my
That's
god!
gonna be good.
It's two of my favorite characters interacting. I've been like buzzing
Who?
since the end of.
I was
season
literally shaking.
I guess they're excited to see her in Nynaeve.
Season 3 immediately post haste.
Yeah, if not sooner.
But
On
also
this.
take your time with.
I'm gonna be able to do that. On this, we are past time.
I know.
So we're gonna have to close it
So
up. But
unfortunate.
thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you to everyone.
All right, we're done here. Steve, thoughts, sir?
Oh, I don't. My brain is mush. Like the amount of the hypocrisy flowing from these ladies. Again, it becomes like it makes me wonder if they actually read the books. Some of the things they're saying, these little rants about how fucking the Forsaken women are. It's like you're literally making all of this. None of this happened. You're
Yeah, that is
literally
kind of the
making.
funniest thing is like half of the stuff they talk about is stuff that doesn't happen, or it's just like their head canons and stuff.
They're literally just making it up. Like all that shit she said about, it's like no, Graendal basically stays in a fucking. Graendal is basically hidden for most of the series, torturing young boys.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, somebody to aspire to. Semirog is basically hidden for the entire series until she gets, tries to do a trap and fucks it up and gets captured. And then, what happens later? Like, she's barely, like, all this shit you're saying no, it didn't happen. But you have to make, like, and then just the incessant need to be like, go, girl power, girl power. It's like,
It's like I could believe that they read the series, except that they're so like indoctrinated with this ideology.
Maybe
that
that's
they
what it is.
Can't like see anything. Like their whole experience,
and
reality
then
in the world
discounting
is
like
just that.
like why, and then discounting real girl power moments that were great. Like how is it you start off your stream by going, yeah, that part with Nynaeve being an absolute Chad and going to the Borderlands and tricking Lan and dropping him off at the start of the Borderlands, and then going from border town to fucking raise the goddamn army of Malkier for Lan. Like, oh, but she was doing it for a man, so that, fuck that scene.
Lame, gay, doesn't count.
It's like, what? Like, that's incredible.
I know. I hate
It's-
that. I hate that how anyone's like any female that makes a decision that involves like being with a man voluntarily. It's like somehow it's like the worst thing that happens.
The worst part about that too is they are too stupid to realize it's her army too.
Yeah. Yes. Good point.
It's her
She's the
army.
fucking
She's
queen of the
raising
country.
She is the queen, and like that's why that first scene of her talking to, I forget which Mandragorn it is, but the ruby, the jewel salesman. He recognizes the ring and recognizes that she's the fucking queen. And he sees that his fucking king and queen are alive, and he fucking is ready to go right into battle. Like, how is that? Like, no, there's a man involved, and just the complete just like disregard for men in her. Like, it's like, well, too many guys like men, so we can't like men. It's like, what? Like that literally felt like the reasoning for not liking characters was, well, guys like her, so fuck her.
Yeah.
Like,
I like Gadfly saying that they cannot disassociate their current ideological beliefs with their younger selves' beliefs, so they force their current beliefs into the things they liked as children. Absolutely. And I think it's just so funny because there's so much like cognitive dissonance going on. It's like they can't see the things that they think are absolutely contradictory, and it's hilarious on the face, but it's actually kind of disturbing when you think
sad.
about it.
It's very sad. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So tough one, man. Tough one.
Yeah.
Oh, brutal. Plus, I mean, we got your next one coming up. I mean,
well, we just got a half hour left of the other one. Jesus.
I know.
Well, I gotta freaking I need to try and, man, I guess I don't know. I gotta finish I gotta try and finish my Sanderson video because everybody's releasing Sanderson videos out in front of me. So like it's like I've had this shit recorded for like days, and technically Mexican put his short out, and I guess Salty just put out a Sanderson video. It's like, oh great, last of the party. Oh well. So, but I gotta get that shit out. But
cool.
Yep.
But yeah, man. But yeah, the rest of that video is gonna be a doozy.
Yep. Anyway, I think that's probably all there is to say on this one. Sometimes it speaks for itself.
Yeah.
Anything you're looking to plug or promote?
No, just eventually we'll autopsy on Wednesdays, fight autopsy on Wednesdays, and then at some point we'll finish the other one. I don't know when do you know when WOT.con's this month too, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was July 11th and 12th.
Okay, so it's
Something
coming
like
up soon.
that.
So we'll have to figure out something. Sanderson again. It'll be Sanderson. Was it?
Yeah. What's going on with Sanderson?
There was a conference, and It was just sort of a one-off. There was a conference in Chicago that he was at that he was basically promoting Wind and Truth, his 6th book of Stormlight, and just doing general stuff. And a question came up, and once again he unprompted apologized for Perrin's arc in the Wheel of Time TV show. So the more and more
until he by him apologizing, almost like kind of says that he feels like he had some culpability into it that he would have to apologize for. So I'm just still on like.
I genuinely think he feels bad at this point. He keeps apologizing, and I think he probably feels bad that he didn't push harder. And I think that's why he keeps apologizing. I also think he probably keeps apologizing because he didn't realize it was going to be this bad, and he thought that they were putting it in good hands and that they were conned. So I think that's why the apologies keep coming out from him. So there's some articles that and I've put something else together that should be fun. But I know TechMex and Salty put out videos, but come check out mine. So because mine, I need views. I need to get to 4K. You guys need to get to 1K. I need to get to freaking 4K. I guess we're making some videos. So
4K.
Oh, and I guess maybe I'll do a birthday stream. I don't know. My birthday is on the 7th. So
Fuck yeah, man.
So I don't know. Maybe I'll just figure that out. I don't know. But I'm off work. I have to go to work. And then I'm off for 4 days, if you can believe that. Holy shit.
Sweet.
It's a fucking miracle.
Yeah.
So, but thanks for having me on, dude. It was fun.
Thanks. Cool. I'll be on Wednesdays. We are almost done doing like me and Zax and everyone else have been looking at you're watching Shogun, and that is a really awesome series. And I've just started the book. Well, I haven't started. I started it last week, and I am about like 3/4 of the way through it, and it's very interesting. It's like the show is very good, but I definitely have some feelings on the book. So maybe I'll actually make a video about that or something. And
it's funny you say, just because like all of a sudden like these weird articles again keep popping up about sequels, and they're talking about like real sequels. It's like no, don't. Shogun doesn't need a sequel.
Doesn't need a sequel.
If you do a sequel, do another one of his books.
Yeah.
Like don't like. But they're talking about like an actual sequel. It's like,
wait, what's the sequel?
Well, like I have no fucking idea, but it's just like it's like please,
yeah.
Please don't.
Yeah.
It's like Gladiator fucking 2. Don't.
What? Yeah. How is that have a sequel?
Gladiator 2.
So many questions, but
yeah. Who? God, man. I don't know.
Yep.
Well, that's awesome. So if everyone else is done, we're probably gonna play you out with the intro. Would you like to do the outro, babe? Would you like to do the honors?
Sure.
Go for it.
The wheel of time turns, and ages come and pass, leaving memories that become legend. Legend fades to myth, and even myth is long forgotten when the age that gave it birth comes again. In one age, called the Third Age by some, an age yet to come, an age long past, a wind rose in the mountains of mist. The wind was not the beginning. There are neither beginnings nor endings to the turning of the wheel of time. But it was a beginning.